All
There we
right.
go.
Welcome to WST.
More like
Evan,
around
you know
the
what
horn.
would be great? Do you look at Facebook at all, Evan?
Yeah, you want me to check?
Well, like just gradually, if you know that someone's on there,
Yeah.
like one of your Wazoo buddies, then we'll know to like talk about him or engage
You
him.
can banter.
Gotcha.
Joe Grant's probably sitting there already, licking his lips. How he's going to crush Evan Core.
Yeah.
Let's see who has less technical difficulties. This podcast, this live stream, or the NFL draft?
My money is on the NFL draft. We only have 3 people who could mess this up.
What could happen? Really?
Pretty good odds.
What bad could happen come this virtual draft?
Look at it. Like a lot of us work in technology or use technology to present to customers. And what's rule number 1? Whatever could go wrong during a demonstration, it does go wrong.
Will go wrong. Absolutely. So they have one IT specialist per home of the decision maker or GM, from what I understand. Is that correct?
Yes.
How did they come to determine who that decision maker is? Was it a draft? Did they have to show off credentials, certifications?
Well, I think what you have to do inside your organization, you have to say like, all right, who can write code? Who can troubleshoot? Who can get my computer to work? My mouse is out of batteries. It doesn't connect to the wireless screen. You got to get your number 1 IT guy, right?
You need someone that can tell you that just power it off and power it back on isn't going to work. You gotta have someone that can be agile and actually jump in real time and make things work. And then they have phones set up on speed dial in case they want to make a trade or propose a trade?
So supposedly there's one designated drafter, and that drafter from each team is connected to a Microsoft application. It's called Microsoft Teams. It's private, encrypted connection. So that person goes online to that application and they submit their picks, and it goes to this guy named Ken Fiore. And then Ken gets on a group-wide conference call and he says, ladies and gentlemen, with the first pick, the Bengals select so-and-so. That's how it's supposed to work. But if you can't get the pick through online, then you have to call Ken or you have to unmute yourself on the league-wide conference call and say, I'm having technical difficulty, but this is who we want to pick.
Or you have to tell your daughter to stop streaming episodes on Netflix? Like,
yeah.
How does that work?
I don't know, but what if I'm the GM for the Redskins, I disguise my voice and say, Bengals will take Justin Herbert. Then Chase Young falls to you, Joe Burrow falls to you, and you've got a lot of options.
They talked about hacking. That's a very, very real possibility here.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know if the international hacking, but that Astros hacking may be a possibility.
Yeah. Well, if you're Roger Goodell, you have to go to get some student from MIT, get some student from Stanford, get the best IT person who works for Goldman Sachs, and then say, hey, I need your help on a 2-week project. Make sure no one can hack into my system. I'll give you season tickets to your favorite NFL team of choice as long as we don't get hacked.
And then 10 minutes per pick.
Yeah.
That seems like a small amount of time given the circumstances.
They have gone back and forth on that, but they didn't want to change that rule. But here's the thing. They can press the pause button if there's technical difficulty and there's something going on. Which is open to interpretation because there's going to be a lot of user error throughout this whole night.
So is it a matter of, imagine this, you get 10 minutes to decide between, you're picking, I mean, you're spending probably $10 million, if not more.
Yeah.
But you have 10 minutes to decide, and then the house that you really wanted got picked, and then you have to go to a secondary house. You have 10 minutes.
You got to have a plan A, plan B, and plan C. We're all in fantasy football. We do this. No big deal.
And you've never seen that, or maybe you've never seen that house before, never toured that house. Wasn't your favorite house?
You got to have a contingency plan in life and in the NFL draft. No, but in all honesty, these teams have a scouting department, player development, player personnel. And you know these guys just have like Kinko's binders, and to Evan's point, iPads fully loaded with each possible scenario. Like if this person gets drafted, we will select him. The likelihood this person will be selected, then we'll draft this person. I mean, we've got an intern. They put together our script.
My computer's already burning, so I don't know. I might need my own IT guy.
Yeah.
What if Teams fails? So you've used Teams before.
I haven't.
You're a Google guy. Evan?
Yeah.
Teams?
I've never done it before.
So Teams is an application where you have, it's kind of odd because you have labels. So it would say maybe general managers, pickers, and then there's chats and things you can post. Does that give you the opportunity to troll the person with the last pick? Like great pick, emojis, ha, ha, ha. Maybe a garbage can if they do have that.
Yeah, like a poop emoji or something. Is it like Slack, kind of? Is that what it's like?
Yeah, it's similar to Slack. So you have Teams and you can post files, you can post whatever. You use it for a collaboration tool. But this is probably stretching the use case of Teams. I don't use it personally because it's cumbersome.
You're saying it's going to crash and fail.
It's going to crash.
Stock is going to go shooting down. But Evan and I shorted Microsoft this morning.
Making
money all around for WST.
There you go.
Let's talk about the Pac-12.
How many Pac-12 players?
58 players got, and this is invited. Instead of invited, you got a computer sent to your house, which if you look at Twitter, a lot of those guys were surprised because it's like a FedEx box this big, and they were trying to unbox it. They couldn't actually show the company that gave them. I think it's Reveal, like probably a Surface or something along those lines. But only 6 players from the Pac-12.
And 50-something total?
50-something total.
Were 35 of them from Clemson and the rest from Bama?
I think I projected it, I think 7 players from LSU were invited, 6 total from the Pac-12. Wow. That to me is ridiculous.
Do you know who the Pac-12 guys were?
Yeah, absolutely.
So we're talking about through the entire draft, not just the first round, right?
Well, no, who got invited. So meaning who relatively or who could have theoretically or was projected to be drafted in the first round. So meaning you had to go up on stage. Second round, we've seen it where second round guys still continue to come back, and then when they're picked, and then if you get into the 4th day, I don't know what you do. You walk off and you're Brock Osweiler maybe. But so we had 6 players. Brandon Ayuka out of ASU. I'll get into it.
I know my boy's on there.
Who?
Colorado receiver.
Laviska.
He is. Austin Jackson, Laviska, Justin Herbert, Jalen Johnson, and Jacob Eason. Just for context, there is no Pac-12 team had 2 players invited to the draft. Those are all from different teams.
That's crazy.
But yet you had 7 players from LSU. I think that comes down to Larry Scott.
Yeah.
If we want to get into that.
Well, I think it's LSU, Bama, and Ohio State. Like they're dominating the first 2 days of the NFL draft. And it's a shame that Pac-12 doesn't have more people invited or more people that can get drafted this year.
Well, actually watch. Like you look at the top, I think out of the top 100 prospects as McShay outlined them. And by the way, do you know McShay's recovering from coronavirus?
I did not know that.
Yeah. So he won't be, quote unquote, attending the draft, which I don't know why. I mean, if you're recovering, I've seen Cuomo's little brother address the country multiple times with coronavirus. I don't know why he can't play through the pain, but
Shots fired at Todd McShay.
Well, come on, McShay. Like, come on, let's go. Kuiper's going to bury him the entire time. But what I will say is, I don't know if it's a reflection of the conference in general, or if it's just a down year. But I don't see many names being called in the first round. I don't know if outside of Herbert, some say Ayuka could go in the first round. Some say Austin Jackson's a fringe guy. More or less, maybe Eason's a day 2 trade up if you really need a quarterback, first pick type of guy.
Now, does this go to Larry Scott, your whole thing about no one seeing Pac-12 play because no one gets the Pac-12 network and we're not playing in primetime markets?
Well, I think it's a product of that, right? It's been 3 to 4 years now since the Pac-12 network, I believe, has been in existence. And I think even the negotiations that Larry Scott's he's tried to be different. You know, he's a San Francisco Bay Area guy. So even the latest negotiations that have been talked about around the Pac-12 is him going to Apple Plus.
Wow.
And
are we going to be on after the morning show?
Yeah, exactly. Right behind Reese Witherspoon and Jennifer Aniston. And the kickoff of UW and Oregon State coming up. Doesn't make
That's
any
sense. That's my dream
sense.
come true right there.
So Larry Scott's, I think, in a contract year. So my hope is they curb that negotiation. We don't go to some streaming platform a la the A's. But what I think needs to happen is we need more exposure, creativity. I mean, it's a blessing and a curse. We get to wake up and watch football at 10 a.m., but we also, the East Coasters don't get to watch their football after 8 p.m., right? They're not going to sit around and wait up.
I read somewhere where the SEC strategically staggers their games and makes them back-ended. And it's so like they get the momentum and then a loss in the back end doesn't mean as much as a loss in the beginning of the year. And USC and Stanford play each other every year. It's either the second or the third week. And then right away, one of those teams gets knocked out of it. And we just have to be smarter about scheduling the opponents so that we put ourselves in the position to have the most teams that are BCS eligible.
Well, I think it's a little of that, but it's also the exposure, right? If you're talking about marquee games, and I think I know they came out and said, Apple Plus said, we don't want all your games. We just want your marquee games. Like we want your daytime, attract eyes, bring people to platform games. We don't want to show.
They just want to see Colorado play the Beavs?
No, in the middle of November on a Thursday. They don't want to broadcast that. It takes away from Jennifer Aniston, Reese Witherspoon, or The Lion King, or whatever else they're broadcasting. But it'd be interesting to see the attrition of, this year's a marquee example. The LSUs of the world, the Ohio States, the Alabama, do the best keep getting better?
Oh, we have a special guest, our first one. Hey, what's going on, Alex?
Yo.
How's it going?
Good. I'm just ready to roll.
All right. So we'll just do some introductions. We haven't met. So K-Win, Kyle.
Big Ben.
I'm Evan. What's up, man? Nice to meet you.
Alex, chilling, guys.
Nice. Well, thanks for joining the show. So
Yeah.
a little backstory on us. So Ben and I met in New York. We were coworkers back, I think it was 2012. And I'm originally from Northern California. Ben's from Seattle. And we bonded over just pining over West Coast sports. How we couldn't find a box score to save our lives. Our friends were making fun of us because we were behind 3 days. We would go out and watch like Oregon State play UW on a Tuesday and be up till 3 a.m. just to watch Pac-12. So when we moved back here, we're like, we got to do something for the West Coast sports fans that are all over the world that care about West Coast sports. So we're glad to have you on the show and want to just hear more about the Arizona Cardinals and, Fox Sports.
Well, the Arizona Cardinals are in quite a conundrum here. It's Steve Keim hasn't really been the most hasn't been the greatest GM over his tenure, especially through the draft. And what he's done since the end of the 2018 season, which was a total debaucherous mistake for 365 days with Josh Rosen and Steve Wilkes, that whole experiment. he's been a top 10 GM in the NFL. And it's a crazy turnaround where how Kyler Murray worked and Cliff Kingsbury's kind of ridden his coattails a little bit. He seems a little bit more competent and less inept than people initially thought he potentially would be as a head coach after being so awful as a head coach at Texas Tech. And especially after taking the USC OC job and just leapfrogging to the NFL, he was like a student who took pre-calculus and failed and ended up getting bumped up to AP calculus. Like, it didn't make a whole lot of sense. But Steve Keim has done his due diligence. He signed Jordan Hicks last year, which was a huge signing in the offseason. He ended up being one of the leaders in tackles in the NFL. And it's just worked so far over the last 18 months or so. And then the trade for DeAndre Hopkins, say what you want about how drunk Bill O'Brien was, but it was something that sometimes things have to go in your favor. And the Arizona Cardinals are usually on the other side of that deal, where they'll let somebody walk, like Tyrann Mathieu, and then 2 years removed, he wins a Super Bowl. And then Calais Campbell, they didn't want to pay him, and he goes and infuses Saxonville into Jacksonville on their AFC Championship run. So this is something that a conundrum, I think, is a good thing for the Cardinals to be in, where they're relevant now, which is something they haven't been since the NFC Championship run in 2015. And Steve Keim just can't mess it up. And that's really – if he hits a home run here, and I think that he should just take whatever offensive tackle is there at 8, because maybe you guys tell me, do you know who the best offensive tackle is? Because everybody says they do, and nobody has any idea.
No.
I mean, nobody knows. Everybody's got their own rankings. Everybody's got their own skill set system where they go 1 through 4. There are rumblings about him potentially trading back, which I think would be a mistake. I think you just take an offensive lineman and just bite it that you don't have a second-round pick, but you have DeAndre Hopkins, so you can go without a second-round pick for a year.
Hey, Alex, how much?
Let's play what if.
Yeah.
What if defensive star slips to 8 that you didn't think you could get?
Don't say it. Yeah. Are you talking about Isaiah Simmons?
Isaiah Simmons? I don't know how you feel about Derek Brown as well.
I mean, with how unfortunately for Derek Brown, Quinnen Williams not performing well last year after going in the top 3 kind of hurts him a little bit. It shouldn't, but it does. And Quinnen Williams did fine, but he wasn't necessarily worthy of a top 3 pick. I know the defense wasn't great with the Jets, with CJ Mosley being hurt for the majority of the year and everything, but I think that signing Jordan Phillips from the Bills that the Cardinals did, it filled a void. They still have no depth at defensive line, but I think that's a kind of a stopgap, at least for now. Maybe they'll address it in the later rounds. I just think that there are so many glitz and glamour potential picks that they can make, but the Cardinals don't deserve it yet. They haven't eaten their dinner. They don't get dessert. They need to shore up that offensive line, because when it comes down to it, you could have the number 1 defense in the NFL, but if Kyler Murray's not healthy, this machine isn't going to work. Yeah. So I know it's not sexy, but you just have to take your medicine and draft 8 overall and just be done with it.
Who's the pick then? Pick is in.
I mean, so it'll be interesting with what the Giants do, because I think they'd be fools to pass on Isaiah Simmons, but they have Daniel Jones and Saquon Barkley to protect. So it's I think Jedrick Wills will go there, even though he's kind of been the 3rd, 4th guy, and now he's just surged up because they've played so much football over the last couple of months. I don't know how people can go up and down, but I think it'll be Jedrick Wills there, and that'll put the Cardinals between Mekhi Becton and Tristan Wirfs, and I think you just take the big kid from Iowa. He hasn't had a lot of injury concerns. Mekhi Becton's an absolute freak. But we talk about this. Mekhi Becton's 6'7", and Kyler Murray's short. So with that, it's funny to think about, but Kyler Murray had very little balls swatted down at the line in college. He had a couple last year, but you could be overlooking somebody on your team that you can't see down the field because the guy's so tall. So it sounds dumb, but it's definitely something to take into account. I think Tristan Wirfs is the pick. So I think Jedrick Wills skyrocketed up the ranks for some reason, I guess because he went to Alabama.
Yeah. And he protected Tua.
And he was on the right side for Tua, so you know that he could learn to play that left side if DJ Humphries doesn't do his due diligence and earn that contract. But I think it'll be Tristan Wirfs. It's boring.
How much influence do you think Cliff has in this pick?
I don't know. I think Sean Kugler, the offensive line coach, who is I think Cliff shouldn't even be in the room. I don't he doesn't know it. He does. self-proclaimed not a defensive guy, which is cool. That's why they brought Vance Joseph in, which will need to change. If Cliff's going to be a long-standing coach in the NFL, he's going to have to, command the whole locker room and not just the offensive side. But Sean Kugler is way more important in this decision if they're going to go the offensive line coach, than anybody else not named Steve Keim. So, Cliff, listen, if they trade back and they want to get weird and they want to take Atlanta's option at 16 and maybe gain a second-round pick, you may have to go receiver at 16, even though I don't think CeeDee Lamb, Riggs, or Jerry Jeudy are going to be there. Most likely not. So you put yourself in a rock and a hard place there. That's why don't make any more decisions than you need to. So Cliff Kingsbury probably shouldn't have any part of this decision, especially if it's offensive lineman.
Okay. What's
I don't know. I mean, that's where we're at.
What's the Cardinals' record next year?
I'd be stoked if they were 7-9. Like that'd be a win. The fact that they won 5 games last year was unbelievable. Like the game against Detroit week 1, I was in the press box. I can't swear on this thing, but I was screaming bloody murder. Like you're not allowed to in the press box, but when they went down, they looked like a college team in the first half, and then Kyler just brings them back. It just showed promise with this team. That's all that the win total was last year. If 7 wins, if they can put up a solid 7-9 record this year with everybody pretty much staying healthy, that would be a huge win. Huge win.
Where does Laviska go?
Oh, I mean, see, that's the only issue with the Cardinals having no second-round pick, because that would have been perfect at 2-8. Because I feel like there's no way that 5 guys or 6 receivers going to go in the first round. So you'll have Chenault drop, Brandon Ayuk will probably drop, and he's a hometown kid, ASU. So it's I feel like the run of 3 will be quick. It'll be interesting to see where Justin Jefferson goes from LSU. He'll probably be late first round, but he's a beast, and they just didn't have that great of a squad last year. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, I think that he'll be mid-second round at the lowest. I mean, somebody might take a shot at him, 2-1, 2-2, 2-3, but I think middle second round.
Yeah, and he was hurt for a little bit last year, so his numbers were down, and not everyone got to see him play.
Badass name, too.
Yeah.
It'd be awesome to see on the back of a jersey.
What would you like the Cardinals to do later in the draft?
It's going to be a very non-sexy draft for the Cardinals. I mean, the only thing that I think if they get a hair up there behind maybe drafting a running back in the 3rd round, because they shed off the weight of David Johnson. And I just don't know if Jonathan Taylor, J.K. Dobbins, I know the kid from Georgia is probably going to go in the 1st round, but I don't know if those guys are going to drop that far. And then if you're not going to get one of those 2 guys in the 3rd round, they have 2 4th-round picks. They'll snag one there. Interior defensive line, it's not going to be Derek Brown at 8. I'm pretty sure about that. But you can definitely get an interior defensive line help in the 3rd or 4th round. And then wide receiver. I mean, they just need depth. They need depth at every position, not named quarterback. Any of them. So it'll be interesting to see. It'll be interesting to see if Jeff Okudah falls, what they do there. I don't think he will. He'll probably go at 3. But if there's a crazy, trade conglomerate going on early, it'll be interesting to see what they do if Okudah's there. So I mean, that's where we're at. So where do you guys live? Where are you guys all? You guys all have different backgrounds.
I'm in Seattle.
No, I just have this up at a green screen just because the draft was in Vegas.
I got the knucklehead from the Giants, hoping you're hoping he doesn't draft Isaiah Simmons and he goes with God knows who.
I would love, as the fan in me, I would love Isaiah Simmons to be an Arizona Cardinal.
What do you think this draft looks like? I mean, I made the analogy of you walk into a college fraternity party and someone's up on the roof and there's 7,000 people on the deck with one single beam holding it up, and then like a bonfire, and something's going to go wrong. You just don't know what. Yeah,
seriously. We were talking about this here today on the show. Like, do you root for things just for this to get silly and just everybody's need to take a shot at Jack and just do the best you can do? Or do you want it to go seamlessly and have no lags and just they're doing would you have rather them waited a couple months?
No. I need this.
So this is the best we're gonna do. Yeah, we need this.
So what's the draft look like for you? We're front of the couch?
Yeah, I have my computer in front of me for Twitter. I'm turning How I Met Your Mother off. I got nothing else to watch, man. I've watched everything. It's unbelievable. And I'm ready. I have my vodka here, and I'm ready to roll.
Good.
Like talking about the East Coast. Imagine I have to wait till 8 o'clock to watch this.
Oh gosh.
Brutal.
No way.
Yeah.
I'd sleep through the last 23 picks, 22 picks.
Yeah, it's just not. Now I wonder if everybody like, and you guys play fantasy football, I'm assuming.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
So those picks go real quick when it's online and it's not in person. So I wonder if 10 minutes will last a lot longer when we're just sitting, and it's because the aesthetics of it are going to be super clunky, as you said. I mean, it's going to be weird. So I wonder if people are going to make picks faster because they're at home and they're not sitting in a war room. Like, I have no idea. You guys think it'll go fast? You think it'll still be 10 minutes for every pick?
I think the beginning will go. I think the first 2 picks will go fast. After that, I don't know. It depends on how tech savvy these people are and if the Microsoft app is working.
There's so much can go. It's zeros and ones. Literally, this is zeros and ones going through some sort of. It's not as though someone like in the old school days was pulling out a phone that looked like this and getting, a call from someone that's, back in some room at a hotel, picking up and going, okay, and then walking it up. That's pretty simple.
Right.
Now we've just complicated the shit out of it. And there's so many things that come into play. And there's got to be things that go wrong.
What about you, dude?
I mean, Goodell's internet could go down and the whole thing's done, rescheduled. Who knows?
Yeah.
What if somebody hacks it? Like, that's the whole. Is there
exactly?
I mean, you think everybody and their mother is going to be watching this? All those damn hackers that this is what they do.
Belichick hired at least 3 hackers to go in.
Bill O'Brien hired the Astros. We know that too.
Insider info.
Hey, Alex, real quick before we let you go, watch the.
Yeah.
Anyone ever give you a liking to David Portnoy? Are you doing a pizza review for us?
No, because I have way less douchebaggery in my blood. But, so real quick before we go, I've only gone to one Super Bowl. I went in Atlanta, which was awesome. We didn't stay for the game, but we're on Radio Row. I had no business being there. It was insane. But we were there for media night, and Portnoy was standing right next to me when he got kicked out for something. Like, he got removed from the premises, and I can't remember what it was, but that was the closest I got to him. But no, he's way too much of a genius. But he does have the douchebaggery through his veins that I don't have.
Alex, the next question: If we make it, when we make it down to Glendale next year, you'll come out and party with us, have a good time.
Yeah,
absolutely. Where are you at? Are you?
I'm in Scottsdale. I'm there.
Oh.
I'm in Phoenix.
Nice.
Used to live off or at a place in Hayden. I'm not. Right near. I'm trying to think of the places. Right now, near the Whataburger, of
Hayden and Thomas.
Yes, there you go, my
I
friend.
used to live right around the corner from there.
Los Betos was always the place for the breakfast burritos too.
Totally.
Love it.
$5.
All right. Well,
no
thanks for
potatoes in
jumping
the
on.
burrito. Hey, Alex, thanks for your
We
time.
appreciate it. Thanks for jumping on.
Go
Talk
Cards.
soon.
Take care.
Later.
All right, fellas, you heard it. That was Alex Clancy from Fox Sports Arizona. The guests will just keep coming in. K-Win, Big Ben, and Evan. We're getting ready.
Guess what? They're kicking it off right now.
Are they?
Wow.
Yeah.
Here we go. Let me see.
Ben, how are you going to watch this? So that
I don't know. I have no idea. I'm already cutting out because I feel like my Wi-Fi charge not keeping to the rules. I'm not streaming anything. I've already turned off.
Watching Moana on her computer right now.
Yes. What? She's got something going on Netflix that she loves. Pretty Little Things, or Pen 15. If you've seen that too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Katie makes me watch all sorts of stuff.
Is the pick in?
No, I think the clock just started though.
Okay, let me tell you a little bit about Joe Burrow then. I did a little research on Joey. So it's been a while since the Bengals have had a quarterback draft in the first round. But the last time K-Win was Mr. Carson Palmer.
Ooh,
Out
fight
of
on. Go Trojans.
Santa Margarita high school in OC. Who's the most famous alum from that high school?
Karen
A
Geck,
lot of- yeah.
Matt Leinart,
No. Clay Thompson.
Carson Palmer,
Clay Thompson.
Clay
Oh,
Thompson.
I was going to say
Ooh,
Mark
there you go.
Sanchez.
Go Cougs. So here's the thing about the Bengals and the QB and how Palmer played out. So he didn't play a snap his rookie year.
Yeah.
He sat behind John Kitna from
Enumclaw,
by way of what college?
Central Washington.
Yes.
Is that right?
So, correct. So he signed a 6 year, $42 million deal. So they paid him $7 million to hold the clipboard for Carson Palmer's first year.
Wait,
Do you-
was this when they had Hushmanzada and he was Chad Johnson at the time?
Yeah, I think so. So they sat Palmer behind Kitna. Now is
Whoa, he learned from Kitna
what he learned. Who knows?
how to hold a clipboard.
So they gave Carson Palmer $7 million a year just to hold a clipboard. So Andy Dalton's contract, non-guaranteed money this year. What do you do?
Well, do you throw your quarterback right into the fire, or do you let him learn and pick up the playbook and adjust to NFL life?
So their offensive line is so poor, ranked 30th in the NFL last year. I think they gave up something like 48 sacks, 38 sacks, second most in the league. So you're right. Do you put a number one pick in an offense where you can't protect him when he gets hurt? Or do you throw Dalton out there, let him get hurt, and then bring in Joe Burrow?
That's what I do. Not to wish Dalton will get hurt. I think you throw Dalton, you start him. The Bengals are going to scuffle. They're going to have a losing record. There's no pressure on Joe. You throw him in like week 6, and then you give him that rest of the season, and then he starts the next season.
Here's
Just
another.
little bitty hands.
Did you hear his comment? So his comment on Twitter: considering retirement after I was informed the football will be slipping out of my tiny hands. Please keep me in your thoughts. So Joe Burrow mocking those hand specialists. Loves Super Smash Bros. He goes by Joey Burrow on his Twitter.
Ooh,
And
nice.
then the interesting thing, though, to tie it back to the offensive line. So the LSU offensive line won the Joe Moore Award, which is the best award for the best offensive line in college football. The thing is, they would be probably better protecting him in the NFL than the current Cincinnati Bengals offensive line. So that's going to be an adjustment for him. But the question becomes, do you keep the Red Raider around, or Red Rider, Andy Dalton, and that $17 million, or do you flush him down the toilet and let Joe go from week 1?
Well, it will be interesting because of COVID and what's going on when these teams are going to see these players. I was listening to a podcast today, and they were saying there's not going to be very many undrafted free agents because you don't really know what's going on. Like you didn't have these people come in.
You can't work them out. Yeah. So here's another thing to consider. Do you, if you're the Bengals, potentially trade down? I've heard Miami's wanting to get in the number 1 pick. Others, do you trade down and tank for Trevor? Do you take that in the next season? Tank for Trevor. Trevor Lawrence, Justin Fields, next year's QB class. The last time the Bengals picked number 1 was Dan Wilkinson. And then the following year, they also had the number 1 pick, and they took Kajana Carter.
Thanks.
So you just throw it out, say, I'm done.
Good.
Tank for Trevor.
I don't like that idea because people were talking about tank for Tua last year, and now he's not even going to be the number 1 pick. Like, I don't know. Not my move.
Not your move.
No.
Got to live in the moment.
Yeah, for sure.
What do you think Marvin Lewis would do?
I think everyone would draft Burrow.
You think so?
Yeah. Even though Chase Young is the best player.
Chase Young is the best player. I mean, that's the reason I think they have a lot of equity in that they could potentially trade down, swap picks, go to number 3. so that someone else could jump up and get Chase, or maybe they'd be happy with Herbert.
Yeah.
All speculation.
Are we
The
still on
pick
the
in?
clock? Has the pick in yet?
It looks like Goodell's doing some coronavirus tribute thing right now.
I should laugh.
They're doing Todd McShay in his bedroom. No, I'm just kidding.
No.
Actually, you're not going to believe me if I say this out loud, but Harry Connick Jr. is singing, and they're doing a thing to a tribute to nurses and first responders.
I see.
Which is
It.
good.
I got my phone up on ESPN. Is that where you're watching it? Evan?
I'm on ABC.
Okay.
Okay, when we got people asking about links.
All right. How are you going to send it to him?
Just chat, message.
All right. So I'll send it to you in chat.
Okay.
There's Facebook.
I got to get my hands on one of those WSD hats. I need one bad.
All right. We'll get you one.
I like them.
Color.
All right. There's YouTube.
I like the white ones. Like,
We got
I
white,
hate to
white
steal your guys'
maroon.
game, but they look good.
What color combo should we go with next, Evan?
I don't think you can go back. You can go wrong with like a navy blue hat, like maybe like navy blue and white or something like that. That might be kind of badass.
With their vintage. I got one of those.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Okay, when you should go put on those yoga pants we got.
Yoga
Oh,
pants.
Did you get? Yeah, we're for our female followers and listeners.
Love
Did you
it.
get the UPS return label?
I did.
Okay.
I did. I told
There was a minor error with our pants, so we've got to get that worked out before we hand it out.
All right, Joey B.
See through?
Who have you seen Joey? Obviously, he looks like Lane Kiffin. Anyone else get that from him?
A little bit. Yeah, I could see that. A younger Lane Kiffin.
Do you want to give your comp now?
He hasn't been drafted. We don't know. Bengals could trade. Let's not jinx them.
Okay. Evan, what else is going on? I'm going to see.
This is going to take forever. Like, I thought this was going to be like a real
Bang,
draft where you get on and you draft. They're going to milk this out and have like Alicia Keys will probably be on. Billie Eilish will be on. This is going to go on forever.
YouTube TV.
It's like the Super Bowl. You get 2 minutes of actual football
Yeah.
and then 5 hours of commercials.
God, imagine if we were in Vegas right now for this.
Would be awesome.
So much
Well,
better.
if the state of the world was a little different, it'd be awesome.
Yeah, that's true.
I haven't been to Las Vegas since I was 20 years old, I think. Ben, I think you were there. That's a long time. I think I'm due.
We're
You are
going. We're going,
You're-
Evan. You're in.
When? Say the word.
We're trying to figure out what are we thinking? September or October, Ben?
Selfishly, I go to place money on like the PGA or Masters, so the golf tournaments.
Well, I don't care. I just want to go. Oh, yeah. Just tell me when.
Someone was saying Las Vegas may be the worst place to go after an outbreak like this, which I somewhat understand. You've got people flying in internationally.
Like touching chips and stuff.
Yeah. Play it, throwing chips around.
Yeah.
Handing cards. I was with Kelly. We went down to Bandon and stopped at a little casino just before they put in like the whole shelter in place. And I was playing 3-card poker, and I looked around at the people I was playing with in remote Oregon. Let's just say they
Good looking crew.
good looking crew. So I quickly played 2 hands and went to video poker, where I sanitized my hands after each time I placed a bet.
It's 5:11. What's going on with this pick here?
No, it's
I don't know. I'm looking at a TV commercial right now for Kia Altimas.
All right, I'm looking at a Home Depot commercial right now.
How come I can't stream this? Stream NFL Draft. I'm gonna have to go to some.
Go on your phone.
It's a good idea.
Use your use AT&T or Verizon, so you don't
Okay.
use your Wi-Fi.
Kyle, what's your watching setup you got there right now?
So I got my phone right here. I don't know if you can see it. I'm kind of right lower end of the corner, and then I have my computer right here to my left, where I was just going to click on see who gets drafted. I'm scared to use my Wi-Fi because I think it's going to bring this down, or you're not
Yeah.
going to be able to hear me. So I'm just going to try to use my phone.
Do you guys want me to call it out when the pick is in?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I want you to. You got to come with the college and the player.
Yeah.
Okay, I can do that.
So you don't have to give us the player first, but give us the college first, and then there's some. Because if you say LSU, there could be 7 different people.
That's true. Yeah.
All right.
It's still the COVID stuff. People are walking around.
Wait, you see this?
I'm
Yeah.
seeing Fauci talking right now.
All right, top 5 picks. This is going to be a while. Evan, what do you think?
What are my predictions?
Yeah.
I mean, it's got to be Burrow, Chase Young, and then it gets a little interesting after that. But I think the Dolphins are going to trade up for Tua, and then at
Oh.
4, who's 4? Giants.
Giants are 4.
I think they're going to have their pick of the litter of like top tier tackles, so they got to go with an offensive tackle. And then at 5, then it would be the Lions. That's where it gets really kind of interesting. Like I think probably Isaiah Simmons maybe, but like there's so many people that they could pick right there, like Okuda, a sick offensive lineman, Derek Brown.
Yeah.
That's where things get really weird. But yeah, I mean, I think like maybe the who picks third might change, but I don't think the first 3 picks are going to change.
Yeah, I agree. The Dolphins have 3 first-round picks. So to your point, are they just going to sit there at 5? Are they going to trade to try to get up? Or are they going to trade down? Like if it's Burrow and then all the other quarterbacks are even in their mind, they could get Herbert or Jordan Love much later and get one of these defensive players or offensive linemen. So I feel like the Dolphins hold the keys to what's going to happen.
The domino that falls.
Yeah.
Totally. It must be so fun to be like a Dolphins fan right now. You get to watch like 5 picks in the first 2 rounds, I think it is, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
All right. Now I see some Bengals fans in like a Zoom cam.
All right. They're doing.
Are they on the clock? Oh, and I see some Bengals guy at his desk.
I got the ESPN broadcast going. I don't know what's going on here.
They're showing Jerry Jones on like a $2 billion boat right now or something like that.
Of course.
Oh, actually, before the pick comes in, I will say something really funny about Jerry Jones. I was in Greece last June, I think it was, and we're in Mykonos, or not Mykonos, Santorini, and this like massive, like craziest yacht I've ever seen in my life. It looked like a cruise ship almost, like cruised into the bay, and like everybody's like, yeah, that's Jerry Jones's boat. It was
just known.
Yeah, everybody knew it was Jerry Jones's boat. Super badass. It had like a helicopter on it and shit. And anyways, the guy lives pretty large.
So then he picked you up, took you around the coast.
He did. He was like, "Hey, who do you think we should draft?" And I was like,
Here we go.
I still have Goodell talking.
I do too.
I do too, yeah.
Hey,
it's 5:16.
Do you think Zach Taylor got his job?
I think the draft has gone down, It's not working. Technical difficulty. This is pre-recorded. They're putting it in as IT people scramble right now.
You know, the funny thing about the NFL is they like try to grab. They're like such whores when it comes to revenue. They will like milk anything that they can. So they're gonna like the draft next year is probably gonna be like 4
Do you
days.
know, you know where the draft is next year?
Where?
Guess. I'll give you a guess. 3 guesses.
Chicago.
Nope.
Bay Area. San Francisco.
Nope.
Well, I get 3, then Evan gets 3. I know where it's going to be.
No, you don't.
Los Angeles. Nope. All right. Well,
New Orleans?
Nope.
New York?
Nope.
Miami?
Cleveland, Ohio.
No.
wow.
Yes, the draft
Beautiful
for
Cleveland.
NFL awarded Cleveland the draft for next year.
All right, folks. Now the Bengals are on the clock.
Yeah, they
and
are.
Now there's 9 minutes left. So
Are you guys seeing?
we jumped the gun a little bit. Is that what you're seeing too, Evan?
I was seeing Tua's house. Yeah, it looks like it's made out of all just.
Oh, there's virtual
mahogany.
fans. There's virtual fans.
Are they going to add us to this Zoom party?
Hey, Zach Taylor, do you think if Sean McVay doesn't do what he did with the Rams, does he get hired? I'm talking about
more
his
years.
age.
How many more years?
What do you mean?
Wait, are you saying get rid of McVay?
No. I'm saying Zach Taylor's now the youngest NFL head coach. My understanding. Does he get hired if Sean McVay doesn't do what he did with the Rams?
No.
Absolutely not, right?
Yeah.
There he is, Joey Burrow. His family, Jimmy, Jamie, Dan. Nebraska guys, huh?
He signed with Ohio State. And then he went
Burrow.
there for 1 year or 2 years?
He went there for 1 year,
1 year.
39 pass attempts. I feel like that's where every college football quarterback goes and then realizes that they're never going to play and then goes somewhere else.
Yeah.
Not Justin Fields, but who's the guy from QB1? Guy Tate. He's now at Miami.
Khalil Tate?
He has a Khalil Tate. No, probably. All right, a little more about Joey B. So he did grow up in Ohio, went to the Plains, Ohio high school. Okay. And apparently they are naming already, before he's even been drafted, they're naming the Tate Martell, I've just been told. Thank you. They're naming the arena or stadium after him. So before he's even an NFL star, it's going to be Burrow Stadium or Burrow Arena. It's pretty outlandish to me.
That's crazy.
And what do you do if it flames out?
You just change it to Burrow Stadium.
Yeah. Like Ryan Leaf Stadium or something?
Oh.
Okay, there's 6 minutes on the clock.
They're really going to milk this.
I got 7:16. I got Kuiper. And God, what do you do? Who's?
I mean, are they having second guesses about Burrow? Are they going through his Wonderlic right now, looking at his championship game, looking at his reads, second guessing him?
Here's the thing: is he the best quarterback because he had the best players on his team? I mean, think about Herbert. Herbert had no one to throw to. Name a Ducks wide receiver.
C.J. Verdell.
Is that correct? You could.
No, he's a running back. He's a running back.
Exactly. So he had all the weapons in the world. He probably had all the time in the world too. I'm not saying that Herbert's better than Burrow, but you got to take that into account.
But then you look at Tua. He's got two receivers. He's got two receivers that are going to be in the top 15, 16.
Exactly. So are you valued more because you did more with more? Meaning you had more weapons around you, or are they going to value the fact that Justin Herbert had a great offensive line, but no one around him to throw to, and take that into account.
Well, that goes into the scouts who can evaluate talent and who can't.
Evan, you're Schneider right now. You have to take a quarterback. Who do you take?
Hands down, Burrow.
We lost him a little bit.
We did lose him a little bit. Uh-oh. Katie got in the Wi-Fi. I like how they're supplementing McShay here, though. They got Lewis Riddick. They got
Oh,
all
he's
kinds of-
back.
Did
There
I
he
cut
is.
out for a second there?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Tell Katie to get off the Wi-Fi.
Did you pay your Airbnb fee?
I'm technically in Port Angeles, so I'm just glad they have internet here. So it's a big deal, actually. They just got Netflix like 2 weeks ago. So.
Look at Zach Taylor. He looks like he's an inside sales rep for a software company.
What channel are you looking at, Ben?
I'm on ESPN, so I got the streaming
Got
on
it.
the iPhone. And then they got
Can you believe they have this on 3 channels now? It's 3 channels. It's like the presidential address.
And to your earlier point, and they're just raking in all this advertisement money.
It's crazy. It's crazy. The NFL is so wealthy.
Yeah.
See if I got any more on Joe Burrow. All right, here's a question.
3
Theoretical.
minutes.
Theoretical for you. Trevor Lawrence and Justin Fields are in this draft.
Okay.
Who do you take? Number 1.
Are we talking? I still take Burrow. You saw Trevor Lawrence in the championship game. I mean, I think give him another year, then it's a different argument.
Okay, give him another year.
Lawrence.
Lawrence?
Yeah. I
Evan?
think he's a better athlete. He's a better overall athlete, and he can throw.
I the more we talk about this, I think Burrow's a product of a system in a sense. There's 7, literally you're playing on an NFL team within college. 7 players that are invited to the draft. We'll see.
Who's going to have a better career, Eason or Burrow?
Eason?
Eason or Burrow?
Yeah.
I'd say Burrow.
Yeah, I'd say Burrow too. I mean,
Okay.
depends on where you put them, but we need to get a UW homer on this on this live stream to actually break down Eason.
The pick is in.
What
And
is
it is LJ Collier.
Did they pick him yet? I see his name on the screen. Oh, so they picked Burrow?
There he is.
Wait, is it official? Did you see it?
Is he addressing? Are they playing a clip from him in the Heisman? What's going
They
on?
say
here?
the pick is in, but I can't tell if it's loading.
I don't know if they've read the actual pick yet.
No, maybe the pick is in. We just haven't been. It hasn't been communicated to us yet.
We should just take over the NFL draft.
Yeah, maybe they're having internet issues.
It's on ESPN. I just refreshed my screen. They're not loading it yet in their little draft tracker.
All right, what's the ceiling? What's the floor for Joey B?
Floor is going to be Blaine Gabbert. And has he been picked yet? The pick is in.
Floor is Blaine Gabbert. What's the ceiling?
That's my player comp. You want me to give it to you now, or you want to wait till he's picked?
I'll give you my floor and then
Okay.
my ceiling. My floor is
What if we have the same ceiling, though?
we probably do.
Yeah, I definitely do. He's got to be picked. He's got his headphones on. He's waving. No, he's been picked. The pick is in. Joe Burrow. Go Tigers. All right. My
There he is.
stealing.
There he is. Just mom, dad, and himself.
No, he's on a Zoom call right now. He's on his phone.
Why am I not seeing this? I'm
Joey
delayed.
Burrow, quarterback from LSU. My player comp and his ceiling, Matt Ryan.
Ooh,
I think
I
he's
like that.
he's a slightly faster Matt Ryan. He's poised in the pocket. He can throw. He's athletic, and he doesn't get phased under pressure. And I looked at their 40 times, and here you go, Big Ben. Matt Ryan's 40, 4.89. Joe Burrow's 40, 4.85. He's a faster Matt Ryan.
Matty Ice. They come
Matty
from
Ice.
different programs, though. Boston
Yeah.
College, LSU. I would think that, again, going back to the weapons that I don't think Matty Ice was generally privileged to the weapons that like J.J. Jefferson or Jordan Jefferson that Joe Burrow necessarily had in the SEC. But I'm going to give him a grade of B+.
Ooh. So wait, this is the Bengals grade or
Bengals grade.
Okay.
You did what you could, right? It would have been there's no way I think you can get an A with the first pick, especially taking a quarterback. The only way you get an A is if you don't need a quarterback and you draft Chase Young in this draft. So nothing against the Bengals, but a lot remains to be seen. For me, Duke Tobin probably knew what he was going to do, but played around, probably made some money where Goodell might have greased him to say, hey, take longer than the pick so we can get more money from some commercials. But
yeah, we got Harry Connick Jr. playing the piano. Can you wait on your pick?
So what does he do now? Duke Tobin's done. Game over. He's off.
Does he log off or does he stay on?
Duke Tobin has left the teams or whatever it says. Left the message. He's gone. I don't blame him. But the season that Joe Burrow is coming off of is.
But he's got to pay attention because he's got to see who's available in round 2.
No, I mean he has someone else do that for him.
Got it.
I mean, are you going to sit and watch? This is horrible. Look at Ed Orgeron. Oh my God. Ed is the man.
Look at this quick release.
There he is. Look at that hat. Do you think they sent him different hats? Like, what if you don't have that hat, but the team that picked you? What do you do?
That's why you have an Amazon driver right outside of the house with like 5 hats.
There's going to be a lot that goes wrong from here on out.
How do you know the hats of like the guy drafted 17? You don't.
You don't. So what are you going to do? Just do you have like a general hat that with a patch that you can take off and put on?
I don't know.
Is that outlandish? I don't know.
Is he put on a hat yet?
Yeah, he did. Bengals. Okay. So
maybe he's got Velcro on it where you just rip it off.
That's what I just said. Look, they're showing his throws. Kind of underthrown, good wide receivers. All right. Who's next?
They're saying Tom Brady comparison. Who's your ceiling?
So my ceiling is, it's going to sound odd, but someone like probably Troy Aikman.
Okay.
You're not flashy. You're not, you don't have the strongest arm, but you understand how to win the game and you're smart and you don't make bad throws. So for me, that's his ceiling.
All right. I like that. And Troy was surrounded by superstars and he won. And that's what Burrow had in college.
Yeah, you're exactly right. There you go. Thanks for, there's the comparison. Jared Goff, come on. He is a little Hollywood.
Yeah, and I don't see that either.
So that was their player.
Goff can't throw the ball down the field. Burrow can. Or he could with the little ball with his little hands.
If he had, hold on, if he had a ball.
Oh, there he is with his Bengals hat. So the pick is in. The Redskins aren't on the clock yet.
Well, hey, it's that easy, right?
But I thought this is going to be like moving, like the pick is in, then you're on the clock. This is not like a fantasy football draft at all. After I draft, I don't get time to interview my player. I don't get time to give him a hat and talk shop. Welcome to my program before it goes on to the next pick.
Hey, Gronk, how do you feel about being drafted to K-Wins, that type of thing?
Yeah, I want to talk to my player. I want to see what the mood is. See if he's happy to be a part of the program.
Do you think Joe is happy to be going to Cincinnati?
No.
You don't think
Actually,
so?
yes, because you said he's from Ohio. Yes.
He is from Ohio, right? Hometown kid. Maybe he pulls a LeBron. Look at he's addressing the why he doesn't have wireless headphones, I don't know, but 740. I mean, he's obviously proud of Ohio. So
did he take that out of his Sony Walkman and plug it in his ears?
Exactly, Joe. He didn't even curve the brim here. God,
no. Has he ever worn a hat before?
The drapes behind him are horrible, and the flowers look fake. This looks like this looks like my grandma's basement.
Ooh, is this my boy Chase up next? Tell me he's already been drafted and this is going to speed through. What's that on the far right in Chase's house?
Christmas tree? They just keep it back there at all times?
No, is that like a little selfie cam on the right, the little tripod?
No idea. I don't know if we're looking at the same thing here.
Yeah.
Susie Colbert, look at her.
She's a gem.
She's a gem. Oh, here we go. Here's Chase. Probably getting the call. How bad is FedEx Field? Who brought it up, K-Win, when we were talking to him?
It was Mookie Alexander. He said the field's awful.
Field is awful. But he seems like a guy that could get. I think he went to DeMatha.
Yeah, he's a Maryland guy. So this is back-to-back hometown picks, hometown kids.
Played basketball with Markelle Fultz for all the Washingtonians.
Chase Young must have been an unbelievable basketball player. Well, he's super athletic. I don't know if he could shoot, but if he could shoot, wow.
I mean, what do you stopping him? He's probably a slasher, right? Like, give me the ball, head fake, go to the rim.
Yeah, dunk on you.
Nah, do you think he can dunk?
Are you kidding me? He's 6'5". He has like a 40-inch vert. I hope he can dunk.
Look at Ron. Ron's like,
he's on the phone. Did he get picked?
Yeah,
done. It's official.
Chase Young. Wow, this draft is speeding up, boys.
There we go.
Evan,
give us a breakdown.
You didn't say Burrow. You didn't say Chase Young.
I know. Sorry, I was slipping.
Chase Young, Ohio State edge rusher. Fun fact, guys. Post NFL, he wants to be an FBI agent. Imagine that. Pretty cool, right?
That is cool.
And here's my player comp. But before I give it to you, I got to give you a little background. So, Maryland boy, freshman year, he was a quarterback and a linebacker. Then he moved on to play defense. And then he grew into what some scouts say the best pass rushing prospect in the last 10 years. Better than the Bosa brothers. So here it is, my comp, because Chase Young is 6'5", 240 plus. Cam Newton, 2011 as an edge rusher. Ooh. Both are 6'5". Chase is stronger. He's that athletic. He played quarterback in high school. There's my comp. There's no one like him out there.
A+.
Ooh, Big Ben agrees.
A+. I mean, when you and I talked about it, who's his comp if we go back?
Lawrence Taylor?
Exactly. Without the drug problems.
Yeah.
I mean, if you watch his highlights, it's almost as though like anyone that was standing up knowing they were pass blocking, he had him dead to rights. He's a next generation. I think he's the only one of 5 players to hold a 99 grade in the NFL draft combine. So meaning, I think there was 4 other, I can't name the other 4, but I'll do some research throughout this draft because I have some time. Yeah. But he's one of 5 throughout the entire call it draft process that have garnered the 99 rating. So a lot to speak of there. He loves Buckeye Nation, absolutely loves Ohio.
He's playing with his teammate, Dwayne Haskin,
Exactly.
former Buckeye, both quarterbacks. And Ron Rivera is the new coach of the Redskins. And you know Ron, he's just about defense.
Riverboat Ron.
You pair him with who did the guy they get last year? Was it Montrez Sweat?
Yep, out of Mississippi State.
So their Redskins have a great defense. They're building, they're heading the right way. I think Chase Young he's going to change the Redskins. Like you saw what Bosa did for the Niners, and Chase Young is supposedly better than Bosa. He's going to be fun to watch.
They just came out with his comp, Jadeveon Clowney. I would say that Chase is in the better, I would say just from a stature standpoint, little smaller, little lower, smaller center of gravity, but still just beasts, both of them. Clowney's had some injury issues. You don't wish that upon anyone, but I think Chase Young will turn out to be a little bit better than Jadeveon, especially as of date.
He's more nimble.
He is.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Clowney's still a free agent, right?
Evan, where is he going?
Niners.
Do you pitch in? Do we start a fund to recruit or land Jadeveon?
I mean, I hope he comes back to the Seahawks. I'm really glad we're not paying him $20 million a year to come back or something like that. But like, I would honestly also be happy if we gave like Everson Griffin like, $10 to $13 million a year, and then just swooped up a D end at the end of the second round that we can develop or something like that. Like, I mean, Jadeveon, he is so good and he's a game changer, but it's not all the time. And like injured, he just doesn't play as well as he could play sometimes. So I don't know. He's such like a enigma, I guess you could say.
Yeah, we got Adam from the East Bay Area, Niner guy. What's up, Adam?
How we doing, boys?
Good. Adam, you remember Big Ben? I don't think you've met Evan yet.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
What's up, man? How are you?
Good. How you guys doing?
Doing good. We're just going through the first two picks, and I'm surrounded by Seahawk fans, so I had to bring you on, Adam, so we can talk some Niners football.
Oh, man. You hang out with these guys, Win? What's going on here?
You still got the heartache of the tip, huh?
Oh, God. Yeah, that was a rough one. It's like when your buddy Kyle here and I were growing up, the Niners didn't lose Super Bowls. And last few times through it, it's been a couple heartbreakers. But I guess better to lose there than not to be in the mix at all.
Do you hear what some Niners fans are saying? They're saying it's better they lost a Super Bowl because during the parade, the COVID outbreak would be huge and it would impact. Me and my buddies are like, we would have taken that risk.
Yeah, who are these friends of yours? Wait, who said that?
It's just the media.
You got shady followers if they're saying stuff like that. That doesn't work.
So 49ers. Who you targeting? And if you're John Lynch, who do you like?
God, it seems like philosophically he's kind of all in on if you look at his first handful of drafts, kind of all in on that Buccaneers 2001 championship team where you're building from the defense first. So, this kid Kinlaw, I was actually kind of surprised they let Buckner go, got rid of him. So it wouldn't shock me to see them take a guy like him. The other one that I've been hearing, Greg Papa was dropping it, a few others here in the Bay Area media, was maybe that Joe Staley might be retiring. So either slide McGlinchey over to that weak tackle spot or maybe pick up a guy. But we'll see on that one. That would be kind of a shocker to me. I think Staley, he wants to get that ring. And they got no competition in the division, so they should have another good run to the playoffs again this year.
Hey, we're going to have to stop you real quick.
Yeah, pick is in.
The pick is in, and it's Jeffrey Okudah to the Detroit Lions.
Fun fact about Jeffrey, he had 0 penalties last year. No pass interference, no holding, He didn't even get flagged in the dorm rooms. 0 penalties. And a little research, Ohio State, you could call it D-back U, defensive back university. Since 2000, they have the most defensive backs drafted. Since 2010, they have the most defensive backs drafted in the first round, more than LSU and Ohio State. And Big Ben, my comp is Patrick Peterson.
Ooh, that's a. I wouldn't say that's a reach, but I like that. So if I'm giving a grade here, the Lions need so much. Look at Bob Quinn with his kids. What do we do? Did we do the right thing? I'm going to give them address a need, but I feel like with the whole, Evan, maybe you want to comment on this Darius Slay thing, where the secondary's always been a different approach for the Lions. Apparently, I don't know if this addresses a ton of needs for them, but I'm going to give them a B- on this. So Big Ben's draft grade B-. Not shocking, but I think you could have got more value and maybe traded down. I don't think a lot of teams are in the market for a cornerback at this point. A lot of people are looking at O-tackle, D-line. So I think you could have leveraged that pick to get more in return. But phenomenal player. Patrick Peterson, okay, I'll give you that. I think his ceiling is, and I'll give it back to you, Adam, Mr. Sherman. So how are you going to address Sherm? What are we doing on the defensive end?
Yeah, that was another one of the things. If you're going to look at the future, he's still playing at a high level, but he's getting up there, and he's a very high price talent. So I got to think that's got to be after D-line, maybe the second thing you look at on the defense. The linebackers are pretty set. They drafted very well the last few years there. So I have to imagine DB is going to be a focus. The other area might be interior offensive line. If you guys saw in the Super Bowl, it got pushed around. Old Jimmy didn't have a whole lot of time back there, and towards the end of the game, if you noticed, that they were leaving their best receiver in to block just because they couldn't keep him out. So I think maybe that would be. Although day one, you're probably not taking a guard or a center. That may be a day 2 or 3 type of a pick. So those are some of the areas that I've identified that I think we got to address.
I like it. How many games do you get to during a year?
God, probably. Well, we usually do the road trip, at least one. Last year. So last year I was at
Remember when you came to New York and you rang up my credit card at the bar?
I did. I thought you forgot about that.
That was so much fun. We went to the Giants game.
That was a 35-0 win for the Niners.
Yeah.
Alex Smith in his last year as a starter.
Do you guys do you miss Alex Smith? How much is Jimmy Garoppolo a lot like Alex Smith? Meaning if I took Alex Smith and put him with the team last year, is it the same result or is it better? Meaning, do they win the Super Bowl?
Same result.
Yeah, I think same result. Look, I think Kyle and I have talked about this. I think, and I liked Kaepernick, and for about a season and a half, he was dynamite. No one could do anything about it. But I think they win a Super Bowl with Alex Smith. I honestly do on that roster, with that offensive line, running game, just not turn the ball over and play defense. So yeah, I was a big Alex Smith fan. But between him and Jimmy, I don't think it really would have made that big of a difference either way.
So, Kaylin and I have talked about this. What helps the offense predominantly? Love the Black Cherry White Claw, by the way. What helps the offense the most of this? We've talked about wide receiver. There's not a wide receiver. Kaylin made the comment, the wide receiver the Raiders don't take. But seeing as if there's no wide receiver, what do you take, or what's left, or what do you address at that point?
Yeah, I mean, it's not the sexy pick, but I go to the offensive line. They got a couple between Staley and his impending potential retirement, and even if it's not this year, he's in his 15th season. He played last year, I think 8 games, which is the least of his career. Again, listen to Greg Papa earlier. I think they've got a tight relationship. It sounds like he might have retired had they won the Super Bowl. So I think no one knows if he's coming back. It sounds like we haven't heard otherwise, but we'll find out here in the next couple of days if they address the tackle, especially in the first round. It would surprise me, but if they do, it's we know what's coming. Again, not the sexy pick. I think the interior line has to be addressed. Maybe not today. There's not really much left free agency wise. They spent a lot of money for Weston Richburg from the Giants. Gave him a big deal. He got hurt later in the season, so he was sorely missed in the playoffs. Definitely the Super Bowl. Deebo Samuel's a nice upside piece. The rookie receiver last year, he performed really well. I think he's got some upside. George Kittle is the best in the business. So I think weapons wise, they're not. It's gonna take maybe a receiver. If one of these guys from Alabama falls to him, maybe at 31. Maybe you don't reach at 13, but maybe at 31, if one is there, you grab one of them. So you could go a number of different ways. I still think Lynch is going D though. I just feel like.
Or is he going to make a trade? He was talking this week. He might wheel and deal.
Safety at heart.
Yeah, I mean, you look at his mid-round picks since he's been GM. Kittle and a few others that jump out at you. He's done pretty well in the mid-rounds, and then obviously, like with the Solomon Thomases in the first round,
Yeah,
I wouldn't call it a bust, but it's pretty darn close.
Yeah.
So
pick is in for the Giants. I'm always interested to see what the Giants do.
Adam, you're more than welcome to stay on if you want, but I know you're a busy man. You got things going on, but thank you for contributing, and go Niners.
Adam, your Wi-Fi is strong, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm like sitting on top of my Wi-Fi modem or whatever it is. You're out. Looks
Backyard.
Like, exactly. Having a jog. Jeez, the Giants look at this guy. He's got more lights on
Here
him.
we go. Selection is
Pick is in.
Andrew Thomas, offensive tackle, Georgia.
Ooh.
That's me, K-Win.
Yes,
Let me
it
tell
is.
you about Andrew Thomas.
That's a big play right there.
This is a big play. And then why they didn't go with
I can't wait to grade this draft
my
pick. I'm
God.
giving it an F.
Oh my! Well, I wouldn't say this, but there was so many offensive linemen to choose from. Why you went with Andrew Thomas? But let me tell you why it's a decent pick. So he was a unanimous All-American for Georgia at left tackle, blocking for DeAndre Swift, who may get drafted this first round, and then Jake Fromm, good indicator. He was only sacked 15 times. So left side, strong side. I mean, I don't fault them for this because he's probably the best on the board in terms of tackles, but there's so many other options you would have had down the road. And then Isaiah Simmons, everyone said this was the slot that you should pick Isaiah Simmons. But hold on, let me put on my.
I don't give him an F because he's a great player. I give him a C+ because I agree they could have traded down to get an offensive lineman and then picked up another asset or at least another late pick.
So think about it this way though. Andrew Thomas or their offensive line was phenomenal last year. DeAndre Swift went for 1,200 yards rushing. Jake Fromm only got sacked 15 times.
But they have two great offensive linemen.
Correct. But Jake Fromm with only 15 sacks. In comparison, Joe Burrow got sacked 38 times. So last three tweets, this is something that I haven't come out with. So this gives you an idea of who the player is, right? He's already got a sponsorship by Gillette. He's bald. Okay, if you want to take off your hat. Andrew Thomas has got his bald head. He trained with EXOS. And if you guys aren't familiar, it's $2,600 per week to train. If you're a normal Joe like you and myself. So you get nutrition, you get $2,600 a week, you get rent, you live at the gym. Okay, you and I both have something in common. He plays a piano.
Ooh,
soft-hearted, big guy. He played piano. His apparently his sister sings, so he was playing the whole. Is it Lady Gaga? Maybe?
He's a Renaissance man here.
He is. Listen, I don't fault the pick, the guy, the person. Just at the time. Let me give you my grade.
Okay.
I'm going to give you the Jimmy Fallon. solid. I'm just going to give him a solid B.
All right.
I think you could have taken this pick. You could have got him. You could have traded down.
I don't see the difference in the top 4 offensive linemen.
There's little. You're right. I mean, if you
That's a
look
good
up and
point.
down, there's tomato. But I would say of the probably most NFL ready, he's probably it. Those offensive linemen. So, but again, you look at my background. This is the guy that's making the pick. Ultimately, he's got, I don't think the Giants are the most versed in making great draft picks. So,
Well, I'm going to give you my comp. You heard his name, Joe Staley, Niners. That's my comp here.
that's it.
That's it. That's all I got. He reminds me a lot of Joe. He's going to protect the quarterback, and he's going to play a little piano on the side.
Hey, my question to you is if I get a sponsorship with Gillette, does that mean I have to shave my head constantly and I have no beard?
Yeah, you got to do something with that. Why are they going to sign you if you're not using their product?
Right?
I mean, you could use it on your chest or your back or.
There's
Oh, who's on the clock?
the
Dolphins.
Dolphins.
Yeah, this is where it gets
Dolphins
interesting.
have 3 picks. We'll
Dolphins have
see
3 first
if they
round
can
picks.
mess this up 3 times.
All
Wait,
right.
are they going to get Tua here?
This
Oh, the pick's in.
pick is in. Here's Tua. They got the traditional headdresses on, pool table in the back.
If they pick Tua, are you gonna start doing the hula?
I got a lot about Tua.
Did you see Tua's house? It's like all like
Hardwood.
rich mahogany everywhere.
Yeah.
How
Really?
much does that cost to ship? Do you think he's in Hawaii?
Oh, he's got to be. Yeah. I mean, they're wearing the lays and stuff, right? Like,
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that doesn't determine where they're at, but
I don't think they're in Nebraska or something, right? Maybe it's San
I
Diego.
heard they're in Pullman right now.
Yeah, they're in Pullman.
I can't get off the fact that like the Dolphins, I feel like they operate so similarly to I guess they're in Alabama, Alabaster. I'm getting text real time.
That's Alabama, where their house is. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah,
Alumni takes care of them.
Yeah.
So here's my thing with Tua. He went to the same school. Let me get down to.
Do we know he's been drafted?
No, I haven't seen anything yet.
They got to draft him though, right, Evan?
It looks like Brian Flores is talking to someone, but they're not showing Tua right now.
Let me ask you this question because we have our first West Coast draft pick up next. If they do not take Tua, what do the Chargers do?
I think they have to take Tua.
They have to take him. New
No.
stadium. You're going Herbert over Tua?
So here, listen to my rationale here. Listen to my rationale here, because I thought about this quite a bit. You already got burned by Ryan Leaf, tall, prototypical, 6'6" guy. You got burned. Who else do you get burned by? Drew Brees. You let him go.
No, I don't blame that on Drew. I blame that on the management. They got rid of him.
Exactly. So what do you
Here's
want
the
to move?
selection, fellas. He's
Pick
reading
his
it right
name.
now.
Look how many-
Tua.
Wow.
Okay, a little about Tua. Went to St. Louis High School in Hawaii.
What you have to say his last name.
Have you seen his entire name? His entire name is this long.
It's how you want to take it. Today, whatever.
So he went to St. Louis High School in Hawaii. Same as who else? Heisman winner. Now plays for the
Marcus
Oakland Raiders.
Mariota.
So 6 feet tall, same as Drew Brees.
Little costume change. Get ready, Ben.
Let me get mine on, I guess.
Keep talking.
So 6 foot tall, same as Drew Brees. Do I think that's a bad pick? But here's what it really comes down to. If you're a Chargers or you're looking at Tua as a what resources or what players does he have to throw to? What weapons does he have? So would you rather have Albert Wilson, Devontae Parker, Preston Wilson, or Mike Krzyzewski? Or would you rather have Mike Williams from Clemson, Keenan Allen, or Hunter Henry? I think he's in a good spot.
And Eckler out of the
Exactly.
backfield bubble screen.
So is his hip hurt? Is it not? Yeah, I think we've proven that he's okay. You want me to get in his last 3 tweets?
Sure.
Why don't you give me the comp? Because
So I was going back and forth, and I couldn't find any good lefties. So I almost just gave in, and I almost said former UW star Mark Brunell. And then I looked at him. I'm like, I don't know if he's Mark Brunell. I don't think he's good as Steve Young. I don't think he's as bad as Cade McNown. I don't think he's Matt Leinart. So I'm going Boomer Esiason. Great career, can throw the deep ball, got some touch, great play action fake. I'm going Boomer as my comp.
so this is the only time I'm going to trump your comp, but I'll get
No, go ahead.
Last
I was
3
struggling with this comp.
So the last 3 tweets that Tua's had is him actually unboxing the computer. So the things that come to him is he's one of the drafted. He was happy about that.
A Best Buy Geek Squad as his comp?
Apparently, all these things are FedEx. If you were at the Park Place Mall in Huntsville, you could have got an autograph from him on February 22nd. And by the way, those are going for like $100 on eBay. So if you're lucky enough there, here's my comp. He is a Hawaiian Steve Young.
Wow.
Oh,
So I haven't seen him play enough, but does he run
Hawaiian.
enough?
What's that?
Does he run? Young
Oh,
was
absolutely.
running.
Look at he can get out of the
nonstop.
pocket. The highlights right here. Oh, look at that. Can he run enough? All right. So here's the grade I'm going to give this.
Okay.
The Dolphins, I think, attract a lot of fans in this respect, just knowing closer to Hawaii than.
Before you give your grade, how many times will he be on Ballers next season?
Oof. I don't know if they let him be in Ballers, judging from what happened to Melvin Gordon, and then ODB too. I'm going to give this a solid. It's tough. What can he do? Gesicki, I think if I'm a fantasy owner right now, Gesicki has just shot up the draft board for me because I don't think he's going to have the time. What does he have in his?
What's he showing on under there?
Yeah, what is that? I feel like his parents aren't as proud. All
They
right,
wanted him to go to LA.
Brian Flores. Look at they're talking to him. I'm gonna give him Dolphins.
You're struggling with this one. I mean, you already called him the Hawaiian Steve Young. You have to give him an A.
No, I'm gonna give him a B.
All right.
Just a solid B. And you can't give any quarterback an A until you see it. But you know what? To be honest, I didn't watch a lot of Alabama until we play. So,
But you would have to say the same thing for Tui as Burrow. He's got 2 receivers that are great,
exactly.
a running back who's going to go to the NFL.
I mean, if you put Tui on that same dialogue, if you put him on Oregon, what do you
National championships.
No.
Quack, quack.
My point being is, is he a product of the great players he had around him, or is he really that good of a quarterback?
it's a good question.
I think we'll see here in the coming years.
I could see him being Steve Young. Look at most passing yards or pass TDs by a left-handed. Boomer Esiason, your comp. 232, my comp. Or does he become Mark Brunell? That might be his floor, Mark Brunell.
Yeah.
There was also a comment, and I'll get into it in Twitter, but there's going to be more busts in this draft than there ever has been, just because the idea that there's so many skill position players being drafted early, quarterbacks, wide receivers, and I mean, could he become Tim Tebow?
Could he become Cade McNown?
Kellen Moore? I mean, he has that same stature. That was the whole thing about Kellen Moore coming out of Boise State. I mean, he didn't have
Chargers pick is in.
Uh-oh. Is it Herbert? Is it our first? If we have to do a cheers if it's the first Pac-12 player.
If it's not, we might not see one tonight.
I think they're passing on him. They're going Jordan Love
No.
in the second round now.
So
I
they
think-
gotta feel like okay.
I would
right?
love Isaiah
Who's
Simmons
the
here.
guy with the horrible suit? He's got. Okay, who's the guy right there? Pizza
We're
Hut
watching,
draft moment.
we're watching different shows.
No, I got ESPN's.
Brady Quinn. How long did he play in the NFL? Like 3 years?
He's got a horrible. Yeah,
Brady
maybe.
Quinn was so bad. He was on the Seahawks for a minute, wasn't he?
He was backup.
What are they showing? Like the worst quarterbacks ever taken?
Let us set the stage.
Buddy
Gino Smith.
Manziel. Yeah. Wow. It's got to be Herbert. It's got to be.
You think so?
Well, if not, then they're putting a lot of trust in Tyron Taylor as their quarterback for the foreseeable future.
Mel, what are we thinking?
I would love Isaiah Simmons here. I would love that. Put him with Bosa and that defense.
All right, Goodell's reading it. Got a nice basement.
If they draft an offensive line player, your grade better be at least a C here, bad.
Justin Herbert, quarterback, Oregon.
There he is.
Hey, Pac-12, cheers.
Cheers.
He's never been out of Eugene. Went to Sheldon High School in Eugene.
Never gotten a haircut.
Never gotten a haircut. Justin
Oh,
Herbert. Hey,
Bolt
Bear.
gang.
Bolt gang. That scares me. Never been out of Eugene.
That
I
is
can
a little
see-
scary.
I could see him on Pacific Beach tomorrow. You know, playing spike
Come up a
ball
little
and-
north, Hermosa.
No, he's gas lamp district type guy. Here's
Chargers are in LA now.
oh, you're exactly right. Sorry, totally forgot that. Apologize. But he did what he came back to do, which was win a bowl game, Rose Bowl, his senior year. 6'6". If I was to stand up, 237 pounds, nearly my stature. My whole thing here too is very similar to what we've been talking about the entire time. He didn't have the same weapons that Tua had, Joe Burrow had. So does that translate to the NFL? Who knows? But you put your Mike Williams, great, Keenan Allen, good, and then Hunter Henry. You got weapons around you. Austin Eckler, Justin Jackson.
I mean, he's gotten drafted into the best position out of any of these quarterbacks so far.
Absolutely. He comes into an offense that, and if you've seen what Phillip Rivers green light all the time. Just throw the ball. Just chuck it up. Who knows what happens? But the last 3 tweets from Justin Herbert, and Justin Herbert doesn't have a Twitter account. So I
Yeah.
just had to search Justin Herbert hashtag. So here's what I came up with. Justin Herbert will be the next Blake Bortles.
Wow.
That's his floor. That's his floor right there. Someone else came up with trolling the Giants that they may draft another quarterback. Thought they may be Justin Herbert. And then back to my earlier point, will he be a bust? I don't think he's a bust.
Yeah.
I think he's well suited for that offense. And he has downfield threats. He has underneath threats. Keenan Allen, Mike Williams, Hunter Henry hopefully stays healthy this season. And, I think Justin Jackson's a wild card for that offense as well. So the defense is already set up with Bosa. I like that pick. Pick. I'll give you my grade. Hold on. You want to go to your comp?
I will. I struggle with this one too, but Herbert's a big quarterback. He's 6'6". My comp hasn't been in the NFL that long, but I do believe they have very much the same style and a lot of similarities. I'm going Daniel Jones from the New York Giants.
Ooh.
Like both their numbers in college, they didn't play with the best supporting system, and we will see moving forward how good both of them are, but they have great potential. They can throw the football, but it's potential right now. We'll see how it all pans out in the NFL.
All right. My grade is you can't give a straight A for a quarterback. But I will. The environment he's going into, A minus. A minus, and I say that only because it's yet to be seen. But Telesco has been known to take the best player available, and I think after seeing, I don't know if there's an internet connection. Up there, he is. He's got a great buffet in front of him.
Is he still in Eugene?
He's still in Eugene. He's got radishes. You know, you have a great buffet if you have radishes.
Is he going to try to work from home and commute from Eugene?
Who knows? But that's the only scary part, right? Is he's going to LA. But when you and I talked about this, you need to make a splash. You need a new quarterback. You need something that
New stadium.
And he's got the blonde hair. Maybe the flowing effect can be put up on billboards. Who knows? Him and Hunter Henry.
Who's going to have a better record next year, Chargers or the Rams, based on what we know right now?
I think the better question is who's going to have a better record, Chargers or the Dolphins?
Chargers.
Okay, put it. Let's combine both those: Chargers, Dolphins, and Rams.
Actually, I don't know because the Chargers division is pretty tough with the Chiefs, the Raiders. Evan, are you still there? I think Big Ben's cutting out. I think Char's on Fortnite.
I'm here.
Yeah, I'm still there. I mean, I think the Chargers have tons of talent. I kind of see a situation where, so they got Tyrod Taylor right now, right?
Yeah, he's their starting QB.
I think that Herbert sits on the bench at least at the start of the season. Maybe he comes in later, but he's got a pretty nice situation where it's like a very talented team and got a lot of veterans. And so, I mean, I think he's in a way better spot than Tua is for success. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I think Tua is a lot better, but I don't know. We'll see.
I'm going to compare a situation. I'm not comparing the two athletes or their skill set, but remember when Aaron Rodgers came in and he just sat there for a year, he got to learn, and then he had some great weapons. Obviously, Aaron Rodgers is great, but I agree with you. Herbert's just going to sit there. He's going to learn the playbook, and then he's going to be in position to actually put up some monster numbers with those receivers.
Totally. And I think like one of the question marks with him is like his leadership skills. And if he can just chill on the bench for a little while and like not be thrown to the fire right away, like he obviously has a cannon for an arm and he's super athletic. And I mean, he's got all like the skill set you need. So I think the Chargers is a good spot for him. Like that'll be good.
Yeah, I agree with that pick. We got Panthers up next. On the clock.
We do. So far, things are going kind of as predicted here.
I know.
Which is kind of interesting. That never happens. But
never happens.
This is where it gets even weirder. Like, I don't even know if you're the Panthers, who do you draft?
Well, based on mock drafts, they're saying Isaiah Simmons, Clemson.
I think that's
Swiss Army knife. So I don't see the Panthers. Who knows what they'll do at quarterback? I don't think it's too early to draft Love here for quarterback. I think you got to take a dominant player. It's got to be defense, in my opinion. Maybe Derek Brown, but I think it's Isaiah. I think it's Isaiah Simmons.
I don't know what it is off the top of my head, but last I checked, they were pretty well to do at defensive tackle. I mean, like they had, Derek Brown is insanely talented, but didn't they have like K'Wan Short and do they have Gerald McCoy still? They might.
I think they got him from the Bucks.
Yeah, he's good too still. I mean, he's getting old, but Isaiah Simmons is just, that just fits like a glove right there,
Yeah. We're going Simmons. Oh, they just picked Derek Brown. I'm
No.
sorry, I didn't mean to ruin it for you. I just got a little excited.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Wow. Interesting. I mean, he is pretty badass, but yeah, that's interesting. So they're just picking straight for best player available, it looks like.
Yeah, it looks like that. So I'm gonna tweet at what's his name? The guy who was just on here from Fox Sports and ask him if Isaiah Simmons.
Wait, sorry, what was that?
Remember the guy from Fox Sports who was on here? And I'm like, what if a certain someone drops in the draft?
Oh my God, yeah, it's happening. It's happening right now. On the clock, 3 minutes left. I mean, I think what he said about the Cardinals drafting an offensive tackle is like, he's right. Like that's definitely the best move. But man, Isaiah Simmons, he sure seems like he's like a all-pro linebacker ready to go right now. Wow, Derek Brown.
I can't believe they drafted him. Like, all right, hold on. Let me send this tweet out to him, and then we can break down this draft pick.
He's a big boy that moves like a defensive end. Wow, the Cardinals pick is already in. They had some time left on the clock.
Oh, Big Ben's coming back in.
Someone that they like.
Oh, I forgot. I forgot I had the power. So did you see the Carolinas pick? We can't hear you.
Derek Brown.
So we were talking, we're like, what do they go? Isaiah Simmons, Derek Brown, Isaiah Simmons. And remember what Alex said from Fox Sports? Where I said, what if a defensive player slips? I just sent him a tweet. Do the Cardinals take Isaiah Simmons?
Bring him back on. He's
The
probably
draft is
halfway
getting
through his bottle.
interested.
Get him in.
I'm getting
Get him in.
excited now.
He's probably halfway through that bottle of vodka. He's in. Get him in.
All right. Well, this is rapid fire. Are you going
I
to
need to give
are you going to give your fun fact? Oh, that's me.
That's you. I need to give my grade, though.
All right. Here you go. Derek Brown grew up in Buford, Georgia, went to high school there, and they have the largest mall in the Southeast, the Mall of Atlanta. That is my fun fact. But the Panthers could not pass this up. I mean, he plays in the middle. He's dominant on the defensive end. He came back for his senior year. He got his marketing degree. He's put up numbers. And here's my comp. Let me see what my comp is. Chris Jones from the Chiefs. That's who I'm going as my player comp.
Great
I
comp.
like that.
And I like this pick here. I really like Derek Brown. Good guy. He's worked hard to get here. And I think he's going to be great in the NFL.
I mean, you can see the entire brass. Gus Malzahn going. I'll give this guy solid A.
Oh,
Wow.
Solid A on. I mean, you can't fail with taking the best
Cardinals.
defensive player.
Cardinals pick
On the
is
board.
in
uh-oh.
with the number 8 pick.
Isaiah
The
Simmons.
Arizona Cardinals select Isaiah Simmons,
Ooh.
outside linebacker, Clemson.
I love this pick for so many reasons. This is my favorite player in the draft. I might talk about this guy for the next 20 minutes. And here's why. In high school, his nickname was Slimmons. He was only 140 pounds. This is a little guy. And then he transformed into this game-changing defensive playmaker. He plays linebacker, safety. He can even pass rush and play the edge. And you know why that's important? The way football is developing, spread offense. Kittle and Gronk, they're like wide receivers. Kamara comes out of the backfield. McCaffrey, they're like wide receivers. Trips right, trips left. You put Simmons in the game, any package, any player. He can guard Kamara. He can guard Kittle. And you know what he said? This is what I love. And his nickname tonight, we're calling him the future. Because every defensive player should be able to play multiple positions now that the NFL is going to a spread offense. He says this, drafting me is like having 3 extra players on your squad. Because he plays all these positions. I love him.
Sideline to
My comp is tough because there's really no one like him. I just think he's going to have the same impact that Von Miller has. I think he's that much of a defensive force. They don't play the same position 100% of the time. I don't really have a comp from him because he plays so many different, but I think he's going to be that dominant on defense. So Von Miller.
So the highlight that they're showing now is Isaiah Simmons racing Travis Etienne, the current running back for Clemson. And it just shows off his speed sideline to sideline, like you talked about. And you need to be able to cover it in today's NFL. This is a flat out A in my book.
I agree.
Absolutely. He was projected number 4 to the Giants. Everyone said that's where he's going to go. Everyone else kind of, the mock drafts centered around that. It's amazing to me that he fell to 8. And if you're Adam Clancy, I mean, you're ecstatic as a Cardinals fan.
Yeah, you have
bring him back on. Tell him to jump on.
You can send him a tweet. I'm not going to bother.
He's got the bottle.
But this is what we were talking about, Evan. We're like, oh, the draft, it's so predictable. And then the last couple picks, you have to draft the best player on the board. Like, they guarantee they win in offensive line. Like, holy, we can get 7s. Change of plans. Let's get 7s.
I mean, it's just crazy, He's probably, not probably, he's got to be the second best just pure player in the draft after Chase Young.
I think the reason he may have fell is that he doesn't have a true position. When you talked about who's his comp, there's literally no real comp in the NFL today. So is he an edge rusher? Is he a, outside linebacker? KJ Wright comes to mind, but he's not rushing the quarterback. So, it's difficult to judge. And here we go. It's a pick in for Jacksonville.
They're going to do something to mess this up.
If I'm the Arizona Cardinals, I just picked my George Kittle, blanket right there. Like, he is going to be like George Kittle's, Gary Payton to Michael Jordan in the 90s, he's going to be all over him the whole game. Doing great.
Let's talk about the best players left. I mean, who hasn't been drafted that should have? I got offensive linemen in mind, and
a lot of offensive linemen.
Willis.
Iowa churns out Tristan Wirfs is solid, incredible player out of Iowa. I mean, Kirk Ferentz has been churning them out for a long time now.
Hey, I got a question. Do you think any GM is acting like fantasy football where they're like, is Chase Young still available? What about Joe Burrow? I forgot to cross this off.
I bet you Ron Rivera is doing that right now.
So, Big Ben, you're going offensive lineman here?
If I'm the Jags, I want to protect Minshew. I mean, and the depth is probably there. I wouldn't say I'm going offensive lineman 100%, but Dave Caldwell, the general manager, one thing's for sure. Jags are tough to call, to be honest. It's a weird kind of organization. The Cons they'd be happy if they were in London, to be honest, as long as they're making more money. So it's all about putting people in the stands. And they went to the AFC Championship 2 years ago with Bortles.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of drama going on and around the franchise with Leonard Fournette. Them
Is he
talking
gonna
about
stay,
him.
or are they gonna get rid of
Yeah.
him?
Are they potentially going to trade him? Fournette opting, saying we want Cam Newton, but then them saying, I feel like they're trying to. They're the Oakland A's of the NFL. So, how can we do the most without impacting our wallets the most? I feel like
you
there's-
like.
Who do I like right here?
Yeah.
I think they have to take Tristan Wirfs. I mean, I think a splash pick would be like CeeDee Lamb or Jerry Jeudy, but I mean, I think if they're smart, they take the best tackle available.
Best player available.
Yeah, I agree. I think the next 2 picks are going to be offensive linemen. That's my bold prediction here.
That's
So
a good prediction.
Who are the predictions? Who are the 2 offensive linemen?
It's Wirfs and
Becton?
I'm going to go Becton, the guy from Louisville.
Oh, not Jedrick? Willis?
No.
Or Wills? Excuse me.
I mean, Jedrick's a solid pick, but there's a lot of offensive linemen.
Your boy Cesar hasn't been drafted yet, Ben.
Yeah, I know he's deep down there. The funny part about this is I was doing research. There's offensive linemen aren't sexy. It's like they don't have Twitter accounts. They don't have so it's like, yeah, you went to this school, you weighs this much, and he ran this fast in the 40. There's a little to be said, but I think they do go O tackle. They got to at least protect Minshew. That's my hope.
The pick is in. Here he goes. With the 9th pick of the 2020 draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select C.J. Henderson, cornerback, Florida.
Ooh.
Wow.
Okay.
Interesting. Okay.
Let's be honest, K-Win, I'll give it back to you, but the Jaguars built that AFC championship through defense.
Yeah.
And we all know you wouldn't make it through into an AFC championship if you had Blake Bortles as your quarterback with an atrocious defense. He's not putting up numbers. So
No.
out of Florida, maybe early.
Out of
I don't know.
Well, so some say that he's better than Okuda. So he's got the size and the speed, so he can match up against the bigger wide receivers, and he can chase down the smaller wide receivers. So I think he's the fastest cornerback in the draft. Runs like a 4.3 40, 37-inch vert. And my player comp, you said his name early. He's going to Jacksonville. I'm going Jalen Ramsey here. I like this pick. The only knock on him is they're saying he's not the best tackler. That's
Right.
the only knock on him.
Like, is he one of those guys that goes in head down, big hit or nothing?
He just kind of leans down and falls on the ground like Dion.
Bumps you.
So is he? My thing here is, he's an athlete. Is he really gritty? Is he really? I don't know. I'm deliberating on my grade right now.
Honestly, this reminds me of why the Jaguars are so dysfunctional. Because, I'm already thinking about all the great players that they've had, leave their program on defense over the past 2 years here. It's crazy. They had the best defense in the league.
They don't want to pay people.
What's that?
They don't want to pay people. They don't want to pay their players.
That's true. But they're not going to win games if they don't pay somebody.
Right. And I mean, let's look at the conference they're in. It's who do you have? Tannehill, you have Deshaun Watson, and you have
Are the Bucks in there?
no. We'll come back to that. Here's my grade. I'll give it a C for corner. I give him a C because it's, in my opinion, a reach. Maybe you're addressing a need. He's probably the best corner in the grade, but again, there's so many teams out there that want and or need offensive or defensive support and or potentially quarterbacks. So nice couch though.
I agree. Hey, can you guys see the comment section in here? If
No.
you go into the app, the StreamYard app, the Lennon's lighting you up, Evan.
Oh God, what is he saying?
No, he's just like, Evan, say something. And then so I just was like, hey, what's up, Lennon? I didn't even know we had this. So then I saw there's all these comments. So Lennon, Evan's gonna take over right now. All right. I hope you're still out there.
You know, Lennon would be a good future guest for you guys. He's a fellow football nerd like the rest of us, and he is
Hold on, I'm coming back.
currently stuck in his basement right now. So he's got nothing to do but read about football. So that'd be good.
There
Oh, it looks
he
like
is.
we got a pick here.
Uh-oh.
Browns at number 10. Jedrick.
Offensive lineman?
Yep. Jedrick Wills.
Wow.
I think that's a smart pick, to be honest
Yeah.
with you. Like, he is pretty badass, and that's what they need. You know, like, it makes a lot of sense.
Well, they've got the weapons with Beckham and Landry, and then they signed that tight end from the Falcons. What's his name? His name escapes me. They
Tight
just
end
got,
from the Falcons.
yeah.
Oh,
Browns. Hey, Browns just drafted. You missed the pick. You're up, Willis.
Jedrick Willis. Wow. Okay. Some may say that he was a top tackle in the draft.
No, we got Baylor the Great coming on in 2 minutes.
All right. Let me get through this then. I got it through Becton. So big guy. Apparently every tackle or offensive lineman is 6'5", 320 pounds. So he originally wanted to go to Kentucky, got swayed by Saban to go to Alabama. He's already got a
He was going to go to Kentucky?
He was going to go to Kentucky. He's a Kentucky guy.
Brady.
So yeah, so he's already got a endorsement from Head and Shoulders. My question to you, is that a compliment?
No, but it's money in the bank.
So his stock rose greatly coming in the draft. He's a personality. His last 3 tweets, he's a big gamer. One, he plays Warzone. Apparently, I had no idea what this was, but it's Call of Duty spinoff, maybe.
Okay.
Still trying to figure out his gamer handle. Once we do, who knows? But the other thing I noticed about him, he looks a little like Post Malone.
All right.
What's up,
We got-
Baylor?
We got Baylor the Great on.
How we doing? It's looking good so far.
All right, Baylor, you've met me. You've met Big Ben. I don't think you've met Evan yet.
What's up, man? How are you?
Evan, how we doing? John Gruden has absolutely no reason to mess this up right now.
All
no.
right. What are you thinking?
Yo, we can take any. We just need a receiver. we are in the mix right now. All the receivers are available. Just pick one. You can't go wrong with either one.
Do you want CeeDee Lamb or do you want Judy?
Or Ruggs.
Oh. And we can trade down and get that San Francisco pick at 13. I'll take Judy and then I'll take Lamb. I want both of them.
Oh, okay. Now, we know how you
That's
feel
gonna be
about
possible.
Carr. Are you drafting Love here in the late first round?
No, I'm gonna wait until next year.
Okay.
Hey, let me give my grade real quick. Baylor, maybe you agree. I'll give it an A-. I think he's the next Joe Thomas
For who?
The
for
Browns?
the Browns. Joe Thomas was a mainstay for the Browns. So you need a guy that can come in, fill in, help out Baker, give him some more time. He's got Austin Hooper now. He's got more weapons around him. Who knows what happens with ODB? But I like that pick. You need someone that can stabilize the offensive line.
That's true.
All you're
That's
thinking
true.
about is wide receivers, right?
Well, I mean, because we have we got a solid line over here. We don't have those type of issues. But no, I think the Browns got to figure out what they want to do with Odell.
Yeah.
Would you take him in Las Vegas?
Absolutely not.
Ooh, okay.
Absolutely not. He's too young. He's shown that his ego is before his work ethic. Nah, I can't do it. I can't do it. It's a talent that they say every year you cannot pass it up, but you definitely can because he's most likely going to be on his third team before he's going to be on his third or fourth team before his career is over, and that says a lot.
Baylor, I love the Raiders. Let me get your take on this. Kay Wynn and I talked about this.
Okay.
Mike Mayock loves players from winning programs, which I don't think you can miss on with Ruggs, with CeeDee Lamb, with then Judy, even beyond that.
Our last draft was just Clemson and Alabama.
So what's your thoughts on, I mean, there's free agency. What about bringing back AB 2.0?
Oh, you want to talk about it? No, look, this is the thing.
Get him at a discount.
Discount. Listen, he's in the clearance rack right now. He's in the clearance rack. No one wants to touch him.
As a man who is on his second marriage, when you get out of a toxic situation, you stay out of that toxic situation. Again, talent isn't everything. Sometimes you need, like, we don't have a number one receiver, but we got guys out there that's willing to put in the work. You know what I mean? So I don't need. Now, don't get me wrong. That doesn't mean that I'm going to pass up, Judy or Lamb, but because they're available. But they haven't shown us any type of, Odell-ish type of issues.
Mm-hmm.
We also need another linebacker though too. So
do you? I thought we signed two linebackers in free agency.
We did. We stole one from the Rams. We stole one from Chicago. But you could never. It's just like, I get it. I do want to surround. I don't even know who our starting quarterback is going to be. I really don't know.
But really? Mariota has a shot.
I really do. You don't bring in that type of quarterback just to. I feel like he's still a great starting quarterback. You just got to put the pieces around him. The same thing with Carr. Carr has never really had a lot of. This is the most pieces he had since last year was the most pieces he's ever had.
No, you go back to when they went 12-4. They had both Cooper and Crabtree. I mean,
okay,
you bring that same type of feel to Las Vegas with either Ruggs or Judy or
Ruggs and CeeDee Lamb.
But he has a great workhorse running back now. Young, fresh legs. We got 3 solid tight ends.
3.
Yeah. I love my tight ends. We might have to go CeeDee Lamb. We gotta go CeeDee Lamb.
I like CD. So hey, give me your stack rank: CD, Gerard or Jerry Judy, and then Henry Ruggs.
I'm gonna go Jerry Judy 1, then Lambs, and then Lambs, and then Ruggs.
They say Judy's the best route runner out of all those 3.
But Judy has a little knee problem. No?
I haven't heard that.
Yeah, apparently he sent something around the NFL that said he had a little meniscus issue. I mean, what do you want? Some guy to stretch the fields, a possession receiver? Do you want the best of the best? I go CeeDee Lamb.
You go, I'm with you on that one. We need someone that I would like someone to stretch.
Pick is in. Mekhi Becton, offensive tackle, Louisville.
There he is.
New York Jets.
Okay.
I got a lot on
the Jets.
I got a lot on Becton. Yeah. So he did clear a drug test for everyone. Becton's okay in that regard.
It was secondhand smoke. I told you.
You're exactly right. Becton's a beast. So a little bit about Becton as I get to him. I apologize. So Becton obviously went to Louisville. And if anyone knows what Louisville's known for, it's Yum Brands. What makes up Yum Brands? It's Arby's, Taco Bell, and KFC. The guy went a little too ham on the Yum brands, apparently. Worked his way up to like 389 pounds from his playing weight of 370. So he put on the COVID-19 before it was cool. First team all ICC last year. So his strength coach basically came to him and said, everything you ingest from now until, you step foot on campus, you need to take a picture of, or else you're doing up downs, you're doing squats, all that stuff. So Becton, I think he needs some I just think he needs some structure potentially,
Some beef recipes.
Here's the other part about Becton. He ran a faster 40 than Jake Fromm. So he's a beast. He's fast. He's got all the talent. It's just, can he apply it? And then you look at him.
He's showing his basketball highlights right now.
Exactly.
So
some would say he would have been a 20 and 10 guy in college too. So.
Okay, big fella.
Exactly. Oddly enough, he's not on Twitter again, so I had to follow his hashtag. Everything's about his speed and quickness. Some people had him go number 3 to the Lions, but the guy is fast. He might be an anomaly.
He ran a 5.1. 5.1. So in freeway terms, that is a Mack truck going about a solid 75 miles per hour. That's still not good. Don't get out of the way. All right, so fellas, I'm telling you right now, Mike Mayock had I'm gonna say he had a phenomenal draft last year compared to the past, right? I gave it a solid B plus.
You give this one. Last year. Last year was a B plus.
So who was in that draft?
That's my same grade.
We had Cleveland Farrell, we had Josh Jacobs, Jonathan Abram, Trayvon Mullen. Oh, Mad Max. Come on, Matt. We grabbed Mad Max in the 4th round.
Yeah.
That's Foster. We had Hunter in the 5th round. And we still haven't put Quentin Bell on the field, but most of those picks they played majority of the season, except for Abram injured himself. Abram reminds me of Bob Sanders.
Ball hawk.
Yeah.
Bring the hat.
Yeah, bring the hat.
Dreads aren't hurting you. God, look at Becton. He's pushing
he's a big boy.
He's a Raptor. God, he's big.
Well, the Raiders, the pick is in.
Yeah.
The pick is in. Come on, Mike.
Someone catch
this to me.
I'm.
How about this guy that's subbing in for McShay? He looks like he should be on CNN, not ESPN.
This is true. That's not a good lineup right
there. What does he have behind him? Hubcaps? I like Booger.
Yeah, he's good.
Booger should run for president.
I got the volume down on my TV, so it won't be no feedback. So y'all probably get the results before I do.
No, I think we're all waiting. What wide receiver? They got their pick.
Look at that beautiful piece of art right there.
His construction stopped. They done? They halted? Keep it going.
I'm not sure if it's done yet, but I've never seen the streets like that in Vegas ever.
Empty. If I'm Caesars, I'm turning off that streaming the live.
Mike Mayock has been my friend for a while. Don't mess this up, Mike. Do not mess this up.
Look at.
Oh, I think I'm behind a couple seconds. I keep seeing everything after you guys.
Cruden's got everything going. He's got his family there.
Yeah, he's definitely not following the rules with the social distancing.
Henry Ruggs.
Wow.
Okay. All right.
Wow.
Okay. All right.
Wow.
So Baylor, how do you feel about that one?
I'm fine with that. It was out of those three. So I'm fine with that. I'm more interested to see if we're going to trade that number 19 pick. If we can trade down. Frisco is willing to give that up.
Hey, you look at Henry Ruggs. I think he had the same injury as a little core injury, I believe, but he's fast as all get out. Now, my question to you, Baylor: does he become the John Ross
That's
and
my
the
player comp.
and the Hollywood Brown, or does he become someone else? Like that's
Like
what's
what?
the
Yeah. So
ceiling?
Baylor, we've been doing this all night. What's his floor and what's his ceiling?
Whew. Well, I think y'all just set the floor.
Hey, let me
I
give you
would
some
say-
background before you answer. Let me give you some background. So, Henry Ruggs went to Robert E. Lee High School in Alabama. Who else went to Robert E. Lee High School? The front man for the Styx. And I would be remiss if I didn't get this quote from one of my favorite movies, Big Daddy. The Styx was one of the all-time greatest rock bands. They only caught a bad rap because critics and cynical assholes. That comes from Adam Sandler and Big Daddy. All right. Absolute speedster. Is he Hollywood Brown? Is he John Ross? Speed outweighs stats, in my opinion. If you look at Ruggs' stats compared to the others that he was compared to, does he fit in? Maybe. But it's the fit for the right team. So, Baylor, I'll give it back to you. What's your grade?
I'm gonna go with a B minus on that. I really wanted CD Lamb.
Mhm.
That's who I really wanted.
I'll give him an A minus for now. It's a
He's
weapon.
athletic though. Yeah,
He's
it is
athletic.
a weapon.
Speaking of high school basketball mixtapes, you got to look at Henry Ruggs' dunk mixtape from high school. He's 5'11". He's doing windmills. He's dunking on people. He's a freak athlete.
So his ceiling might be that guy we got to face twice a year over here in KC.
Yeah, absolutely. Tyreek Hill. So
Yeah.
a few more things about Ruggs. So he's playing for he's got motivation. The thing about Ruggs is he's got great people around him. He's already got Calvin Ridley to talk to. You talk about the Alabama wide receivers. So you got Ridley, you got Julio Jones, you got Amari Cooper. So he's already surrounding himself with that. So he gets an idea of what the NFL or expectations of the NFL, one. And then two, he's already been working with Randy Moss.
Ooh.
So your hope is he mosses some people next season, right? Right, Baylor?
Yeah, Amari Cooper, who's that? Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see. I like it. It's like you said, it's a weapon. So I'm with that. Mike is still on my good side as of right now, but I need to see what he's gonna do with the second pick. I need to see what he's gonna do with the next 4 picks, actually.
Hey, my question to you, Baylor, would you rather have a 12-yard inside slant for a touchdown, or excuse me, for a first down, or would you rather have a 72-yard shake and go for a touchdown? Because that's the difference, I think, between CeeDee Lamb and
Ooh.
our guy Henry Ruggs.
My whole life as a Raiders fan, it seemed like we've been having a problem with third and longs.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so I think that's more important than trying to get that deep ball. So I'll go with that. That's why I'm a huge Hunter Renfrow fan. Because he's gonna get to that spot and catch that ball. I love him.
Is that Big Ben? Is that your phone blowing up?
I got it. Sorry. Shut that down.
Is that your buddies asking you to come online and play Fortnite with them?
No,
I thought that was all my great ideas and all my points that I was making going on.
I'll shut that down.
He has a robe on. Now, see, that bothers me. Well, you know, it's the Raiders. It's the Raiders.
Boom or bust. You got to make an impression.
Look,
especially when you're going to Vegas. Would you rather?
Yeah.
Would you rather have CeeDee Lamb catching 12-yard slants? Would you rather have Henry Ruggs going deep?
Ooh.
Ruggs can stretch the field.
Yeah, he can stretch the field. So Look, they're gonna use rugs like crazy. So whether he's running a slant or a 9 route, whatever the case may be, let's use them.
Okay, Win. Here's your
But
pick.
Oh, here we go. 49ers trade pick to Buccaneers.
Wow, the first trade of the night.
Wow.
Look at Adam. That's my guy.
It's okay, Win. With that, do you think Lynch said, "Hey, the either the wide receiver"?
Oh
that we
no, they about to give Brady another goddamn weapon.
I'm kind of upset because CeeDee Lamb's on the board. Some people had him as the best receiver.
I would say we saw this coming. I don't know if
Oh,
OJ
my God.
Howard's included in that,
Oh,
but they
why
could
would they
get
do
OJ
that?
Howard. They have Kittle, but here's my thing. I don't think Garoppolo can throw deep.
he can't throw more than 5 yards.
Exactly. We've seen that. So give him
Gonna
two
stack
guys
it.
that can catch 8 yards outs, keep the possession, run the ball. Evan, maybe you can tell me if I'm wrong, but I wouldn't doubt that OJ Howard's involved in this. They get two wide receivers, similar to what they had in Tampa Bay with Cameron Brate and OJ Howard. But
they got 2 receivers in Tampa Bay already.
no, I'm saying going to San Fran. So they'll have 2 tight ends, 2 good tight ends, OJ Howard, George Kittle. And then
why? What are the Bucks going to play? What's his name? Evans, Goodwin, and then CeeDee Lamb?
no,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
No, they'll go get an O tackle right here to protect Brady. They'll go get Jones, or they're going to get the wide or the tackle from Iowa, guaranteed.
Wirfs?
Wirfs. Yeah, it's got to be Wirfs.
It's got to be Wirfs. Wirfs
Yeah, I
is
can't believe he
rated like
dropped
top
this
5.
far.
Yes,
Okay, now it makes sense.
look at that formula right there. Everyone wins.
Are the Bucks going to try to trade for Edelman too?
Or Wes Welker, maybe, or something.
Yeah, bring back all of Brady's friends.
Mhm.
Bruce Arians is doing it right.
Bruce Arians. Oh, look at him. Looks like K Win.
He loves the Kangol hats, doesn't he?
It's a driver hat.
He's always on vacation.
I think him and what? God damn it! What's his name? Sorry, my brain's not working. Too much wine.
Him and who?
Let me think about this for a second. I just blanked on an actor.
So let me get you something on our guy from Iowa, because I don't think there's any doubt that's where you go right here.
I don't know.
Look at
Yeah, they have to.
pick is in.
Pick his end. It's got to be worse.
It's got to be worse.
Okay, I was gonna say that I think Bruce Arians and Samuel L. Jackson have the same wardrobe. You know, with the Kangol hats.
Oh, with the Kango hats. All right.
I don't know why I couldn't think of Samuel L. Jackson.
So the Niners can still get CeeDee Lamb.
Where'd they
Yeah.
trade down to?
They're at 14
They
now.
just swap spot. Yeah,
They just
swap
swap. So the Niners are probably like, we get Judy or Lamb.
Well, then they probably. I think if you trade, if you're
Here we
if you're
go.
Bama, right?
The pick right now is
Wirfs.
it Wirfs?
I don't know. I'm delayed.
No, it's on. I don't know. It's on commercial right now.
Yeah. What's
Something.
going on here?
Goodell's reading it on ABC. Tristan
Jeez,
Wirfs,
There it is.
offensive tackle, Iowa.
Wow, Brady
Iowa.
wanted Wirfs.
Kirk Ferentz, 6'5", 320 pounds. I feel like if you're 6'5" and 320 pounds and you're not an offensive lineman in today's draft, he actually ran a faster 40 than Fromm. Am I wrong there?
I think you're right. He's fast.
He's fast. He only has 70 AK win. I followed him via our Twitter. He now has 7,300 followers.
Nice.
He's also from Mount Vernon,
Worse, he is?
Mount Vernon, Iowa. Apparently, there's Melvin.
Oh, okay.
Here's the thing about Tristan. He prides himself in being fast. He won the. If I asked you what the Drake relay was, what would you say?
You've got to chuck corn, and then you've got to push a tractor.
No, it's
Whoa.
for the it's for the throwers. So the shot putters, the javeliners, the discusers, they run a relay. He prides himself. If you look at his Twitter, 3-time Drake relay. So he's fast as all get out. 4.85, fastest among all offensive linemen, faster than Joey Bosa.
A 4.85.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hey, here's one thing he coined though that I thought was funny. He coined the term "flex your triceps," which means you're crying during the draft.
What?
Flex your triceps. So I can only imagine his mom's flexing her triceps. You can see there with the flowers what he's doing. But he's an all-around good guy. I mean, you can see Mount Vernon High School track and field state champ. But he raised $6,000 for Iowa Steed Family Hospital. Great, in my opinion, great pick.
He might be the best offensive lineman in the draft.
Well, they were saying that early on he could go as high as 4 to the Giants, and he slipped this far for the Bucks to get him.
I mean, Brady. What do you think Brady's doing? Walking into the wrong person's house and
How do you think?
Throwing the football around.
How do you think that combo goes? Like you're a rookie, you walk in and just see Brady. Like you got to protect this old fella.
you see that's how he's jumping out of the pool. Would you rather have that or some soggy old lineman that's in New England?
The disrespect to
I bet you Tampa's odds for Super Bowl champion just went down another tick. This is a great pick by them. All right, San Fran, K-Win.
It's got to be CeeDee Lamb.
I think so too.
It's got to be.
If it was Ruggs and Judy, I would have more of an. Or excuse me, if it was Judy that got picked by the Raiders, I would have more of an argument for you. But it's got to be CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah.
As a Seahawks fan, that is very scary right now because he's good. He's probably the best wide receiver in the draft.
I think he averaged.
Still got to have a quarterback to throw it to him, though.
That's true.
That's very true. Yeah.
He runs great short routes.
5-yard outs, 7-yard ends.
So as of right now, they got Debo and that's pretty much it at the wideout.
Debo, and they're going to throw to Kittle.
Right. Yeah, so they're definitely going Lamb.
Hey, if they release the what San Fran gets in return, other than just swapping picks,
I haven't seen anything.
I got to imagine it's OJ Howard. They were shopping him.
Maybe.
They like Cameron Brate.
So Baylor, we wanted you to come on for the Raiders. You're more than welcome to stay on if you want. But we wanted to just talk West Coast football with you.
No problem. I'll sit in until our next pick.
Okay.
This will determine my friendship with Mike. Because I don't know where we're gonna go from here. I really don't.
So if Lamb goes here, do you think the Broncos are going to get Judy?
I hope not. I don't need that type of stress in my life.
Running back hasn't been called. A couple good wide receivers still, obviously on the board.
I don't think there's going to be a running back in the first round.
Flex your triceps. Flex your triceps. You don't think there's a running back? DeAndre Swift doesn't go?
If he goes, it's going to be like the second to last pick of the draft of the first round.
I think that's Tampa Bay has won the draft right there.
I don't know. Arizona picking up Simmons. That's impressive.
That's true.
I didn't think he was.
But Simmons is unknown. Simmons is unknown.
Simmons' position is an unknown, but You're telling me he's not going to play in all these different schemes and packages? He's going to be
player
all
battle.
over the field.
K1, where's your San Fran hat?
I don't have it.
Going back to Candlestick, huh? All right,
I'm
so we
interested to
got.
see what the Cowboys are going to do.
What if they go?
I got this for you.
What if they go Justin Jefferson?
Oh,
Oh yeah, he's still available. No, they won't go.
yeah. Dallas?
Pick is in. No.
That's not a bad pick.
What if you're sitting there and you're like, all right, let me talk to the guy I'm about to draft. He's in the bathroom. All right, we'll go to the next guy. CD, you're done. Jerry, you're in.
All right, we're on to Judy.
All right, what's the difference?
Jerry was picking all by himself, so that's not good.
So Jerry Judy won the Biletnikoff Award this past year. Almost two-time winner. Or, excuse me, you should have been the two-time winner. Could have been because he won it in 2018, but missed out this year. Some would say he regressed this past year, but that might have been because of Ruggs. And then also Tua not playing the full season. So, okay, Win, your pick is right. Whoever the Raiders don't draft.
Yeah.
Niners pick is in, by the way.
Uh-oh.
I think it might be Javon Kinlaw.
No. Out of South
What?
Carolina?
I meant
He's pretty badass.
he was supposed to go a little higher.
I
But-
think he could fill in for DeForest.
Yeah.
Someone's happy. Look at Lynch. God, it's just a simple
They
guy.
keep showing they're showing Judy's house and Lamb's house. Which one's it gonna be?
So the Niners got for the 13th pick, they got the 14th pick and a 4th rounder at number 117 overall. That's
Ooh,
pretty good for just moving down
One slot.
Who did they have trailing them? So they had Denver, Atlanta. I mean, that was probably Tom Brady's request.
That's like an ideal situation, man.
Tom Brady's like the designated drafter. He's just making trades. He's getting Gronk over. He's calling all the shots.
He's LeBron. He's LeBron right now. The NFL.
Definitely LeBron in the wrong house, by the way.
Yeah. Do you hear that guy just like, who are you? Oh, wait a second.
Here we go. With the 14th pick, the 49ers
Come on,
select
CD.
Javon Kinlaw, D tackle.
Wow.
Wow.
Are you serious? Are they staying
Wow.
on defense?
Okay, win. They must like a wide receiver late, huh?
They must think that they can get a wide receiver later.
Oh wow.
I mean,
Definitely not with those. Well, no, Atlanta is stacked. Denver needs one.
You know what? Adam from the East Bay called it. Our other buddy who was on the phone, he said I didn't believe him. He's like, they're gonna go for
That
a
was-
defensive player.
Kinlaw's
player
bad.
available.
That was a logo. That was a logo shot right there.
I mean, the funny part is we thought there'd be a big run on wide receivers, and then all of a sudden they're dropping.
Yeah. So
Wow.
my fast fact on Javon Kinlaw. First defensive lineman selected from South Carolina since
Jadeveon.
Davian Clowney.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Now his player comp, I don't know. I don't think his ceiling is Clowney. I think he's good. He's athletic, but he's still somewhat of an unknown to many people out there. So I think this is a high risk pick for the Niners. We'll see if it pans out.
B minus.
Yeah.
He's a JUCO transfer.
I would
B
agree
minus.
with that.
JUCO, yeah. Is the one thing I think they have going for them. A lot of these guys that are JUCO transfers have they been a part of a system or something that allows them to, overachieve and really understand how athletic or good they are. He looks like I don't even think he knew that he was going to go this early. Look at him.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Hey, pair him up with Bosa though. Who knows, right? Meet in the middle
Yeah.
thing, and we've said you got Russ, Kyler Murray,
Richard
Jared
Seymour's a comparison?
Wow.
I don't know about that. Did you know Richard Seymour's playing in the World Series of Poker now? Fast fact for you. Not fun fact, fast fact.
But also, John Lynch, he's a defensive guy. So
Exactly.
he just wants to keep building and keep
Think about-
growing his defense.
So think about it. They ran away from Bosa a lot of times, right? And if you can bring a guy that, listen, you got both ends, like I said, meet in the middle. Not a bad pick in that respect, and then you also have guys like I said, Russell Wilson, Kyler Murray, all in division.
You got to
You're gonna have to
contain
keep up
them.
with those
Jared Goff, you can't let him get out of the pocket and scramble for 2 yards.
guys. His last slipper might break.
He might mess up his hair.
Yeah. I wonder what I would love to hear. Let me see what Mel's saying about Kinlaw.
Dominant, actually 5 sacks in the first 6 games, only 1 the rest of the way. And that's where Derek Brown, week in and week out, was dominant. Kinlaw had that great start. Then teams adjusted, and he wasn't quite as much of a factor.
Baylor, I think the Broncos, they're going to get Judy.
Physically, if you control them.
I think so too.
I think they have to.
Who are the Broncos wideouts?
They
I don't
got they still got the youngster from the youngster
SMU.
that they drafted last year.
Is it SMU?
Yeah.
And then, but they're good on tight end.
They got a solid tight end, yeah.
Is Drew Lock the guy though?
I don't think so.
I hope not. Because he was a little too confident in that game, and we lost by 1 goddamn point.
John Lynch loves this pick, by the way.
He's all
He's happy.
excited.
He's a defensive guy.
Shanahan likes the pick. Is 49er Nation happy, K-Win?
I don't think so.
No,
It's not sexy.
it's not.
It's
It's
not
not. So I would say we're not happy right now, but we'll see. It's definitely not sexy.
How do you make it up to him later in the draft?
You got to get a
Next-
receiver with your next pick.
Yeah.
I mean, if
Yeah.
I mean, if you can get that guy, what's the guy from LSU? If he's going to slip that far, I doubt it. Or if you can get my boy Laviska from Colorado.
so in
I
the
don't
in the,
know.
in the mock draft I'm looking at, they had so they got the 31st pick, which we'll still be around for, maybe. Maybe being the key word. But yeah, it's best player available. I think that's what you saw with Lynch, leaning probably maybe telling Shanahan, we're going to pick this guy. Our defense is going to be phenomenal. And Garoppolo only needs to throw 5-yard slants to Kittle all day.
This guy on CBS Sportsline, he's like, the 49ers will probably go defense to replace Buckner. So if this guy called it, this guy saw it, but it's just not a sexy pick.
Selections in. Roger Goodell's talking. It's Jerry Jeudy to the Broncos. Number 15.
Oh Lord.
Your worst nightmare.
Wow.
So a little about Jerry Jeudy. Let me get to him. I actually do have some stuff on Jerry. Jerry's my father's name. I'll start there. Jerry Bear.
Jerry Bear.
As my documents gets a little screwed up here. So Jerry Jeudy, like I said, he was the Biletnikoff Award winner the year prior. He would have been the third 2-time winner of the Biletnikoff Award, along with Michael Crabtree. And if anyone can give me the other person, I'll send you a WST hat.
Wait, say that again. What's the
Say
question?
that again. I wasn't listening.
All right. So there's been 2 2-time Biletnikoff winners in all of college football. One was Michael Crabtree. The other is who?
Did he play for Bama?
Great question.
Can we get?
It was. Do we each get a guess?
Sure.
We all get one apiece.
You all get one apiece.
It's got to be. It's no one on the West Coast.
No.
So it's got to be SEC.
No.
Oh, no
is
SEC?
it-
No
Is
SEC.
it,
Oh, I got it. Megatron. No. Oh.
I got a weird one. Justin Blackman.
Boom. Got him.
Whoa.
Yeah, out of Oklahoma State. So
He turned
Judy
out
won
pretty
it.
well.
Exactly. Who knows where he's at? I thought I had more on Judy. Here he is. So knee issues being one. So Judy had a meniscus surgery. He had to send a thing out to all the teams within the NFL stating that he had no issues with his knee. Might have been the reason he dropped. He went to Deerfield High School, same high school as Denard Robinson, Mr. No Tie Your Shoes, and then Terry Weigel. If you know that name, you should know that name. So Judy, more or less, like I said, his claim to fame was Biletnikoff winner. Why is my scroll not working? Sorry. My thing here is, did he peak too early? Is he a guy that, saw a lot of snaps early on? I don't know. Is he regressing? Was that Biletnikoff Ward his peak? Could be the reason he fell a little bit in the draft. But he is playing for his sister Aaliyah, passed away, so he's got extra motivation there. But similar to the other wideouts, you got to ask yourself: is he Calvin Ridley, Amari Cooper, and Julio Jones, or is he Cam Sims and Reuben Foster? So he's a product of the overall environment, meaning great. He had good quarterbacks. Saban's always going to put out a good offense. I think we've seen Sark be the offensive coordinator for Alabama. So get your wide receivers involved. Last 3 tweets. Big thing for Mr. Jerry Judy. We got to sing him happy birthday because it's his birthday tomorrow.
Wow.
Happy birthday.
Hell of a present.
Happy birthday, Jerry. Happy birthday, Jerry Judy. You just became a millionaire. On to my next thing. What do you do? Baylor, you just got drafted, first round.
Mm-hmm.
It's your birthday tomorrow. You're a millionaire. What do you go buy?
You go online. You're sheltered in place. You go to Best Buy online and get a big screen TV.
I don't know. I'm a little bit different than your average receiver. I might go. I got to go get Kit. I got to go get the Knight Rider mobile. I got to pull up the training camp like that. Yeah.
So I had Gerard Judy buying a Maserati and 2 bottles of $14.92.
Ooh, that's a good birthday.
That's not a bad birthday. So his birthday is tomorrow. Might have slipped a little bit, but Atlanta's on the clock.
My comp is someone you already said, Amari Cooper. They both played at Bama. I think he'll have some good years. I don't know how consistent he'll be, and they both have knee problems. So that's my player comp, Amari Cooper.
I don't mind that.
I don't either.
I'm just dreaming, not dreaming, but
I don't think he's going to drop the ball as much.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Atlanta's on the clock.
What do the Falcons need here? Defense?
Falcons need everything.
Defensive
Running
end.
back too.
So they got that guy from LSU. What's his name?
Caleb Vaughn.
Vaughn. Yeah.
He's pretty good.
Yeah.
The Falcons move up.
No, I think that's their pick.
Honestly, I would be shocked if they didn't pick that guy. Like, he has Atlanta Falcons written all over him. He's just like a slightly undersized defensive end who's like super fast and athletic. He's an Atlanta Falcon for sure.
So the decision maker of all this is Thomas Dimitroff, and if you guys didn't see this, they did a little thing or scan of where he's going to do the draft from, and he's got all, he's got screens, like, multiple screens set up, but then they also dumb it down to what type of fantasy drafter is he. So this is very similar to fantasy draft. He's the screenshots draft grade. You mean, like, what did they say about him? Whoever has an A, I'm going to draft. Atlanta needs a lot of pieces. A lot outside of wide receiver.
Yeah, they do. When are we going to have this conversation about Matty Ice? Like, I can't keep saying on this guy.
Baylor, you missed it. The comp for Joe Burrow is it Herbert or Joe Burrow? Matty Ice.
It was Joe Burrow. Hold on, my pizza's here.
I think it was Brock Heward was his comp, actually.
Baylor, what do you think they do with Matty Ice? Does he get him over the top? Can he get him over the top?
Not in that division. That's for sure.
Not now, right?
Not now. God, I love him. I really like Matty Ice, but he just, that was he has to take partial blame in that Super Bowl loss, though. At some point, you gotta become the player coach on the field if you know that's not the right play caller.
We got a selection here. Atlanta Falcons. Here we go.
Arthur Blank.
AJ Terrell, cornerback.
Ooh, Clemson. My guy.
Okay.
That is the first shocker of the draft right there.
You would say that, you would call that a shocker.
Huge shocker.
No, I like Terrell.
He's good.
He's probably second round.
I feel like
CeeDee Lamb goes to Dallas?
Uh-oh.
Because if not, they don't need no help in Miami. If I'm not mistaken, they got some solid wideouts in Miami. Or am I just hoping and wishing?
Hold on, let me see this.
What does Dallas need?
I thought Terrell could have gone at mid to end second round. So to me,
I agree with you.
So I think they're trying to True Font was our guy, right? Little brother of Marcus. He just signed an extension. So they're probably trying to find someone outside of him that can work with him.
Wait, I thought True Font got shipped he's with the Lions now, isn't he?
Potentially, you tell me.
I think he is. I think that's why the Lions are drafting Okudah, because
he'll be playing in his hometown.
Well,
actually, I don't know.
Regardless, here's my thing. Back to what you said, Baylor. It's the division they play in. I mean, you're gonna have people airing it out all over you. If you don't have good corners, you're done.
Yeah, that's true.
And he is an ATL guy or Clemson guy, so that's a short drive to Atlanta.
Yeah,
party up.
That could be extra motivation to play hard in your home state, or it could go against you.
Party in Buckhead.
Kyle, you missed a pick. The Falcons took AJ Terrell.
CeeDee Lamb to Oakland. Oh, I keep saying Oakland. I'll never call them Las Vegas. Oh, that's a good hit.
I don't know. I mean, honestly, I think that guy Christian Fulton from LSU might be better than this guy, and then also Trevon Diggs from Alabama.
Hey, if there's one thing I'm going to call you out, I'm going to give him a B+. I like him.
B+?
Yeah, AJ. He's getting a B+ in my book.
Okay.
And he comes from a winning program, ACC.
Look at Jerry the God.
Look. He's not worried about anything, huh?
I cannot imagine what that room looks like with that background.
He's got to avoid everything.
That's a good old boy.
Baylor, what do the Cowboys need? Your opinion?
They definitely need another wideout. I don't think they're gonna. I don't know what the. I don't think they should have paid. They should have got rid of Amari.
You think he was? I mean, what he did there was
It was average to me.
I mean, all you want is. I feel like if you're a Cowboy, you need 2 big games and you're good. Love you for life.
Yeah. Shout out to Larry Brown, because already we definitely pulled up the Brinks truck and paid him right after that Super Bowl.
Don't you think Jerry Jones is just running to press the send button on CeeDee Lamb right now?
Yeah. I mean, as much as I dislike him, like, my former owner used, just win, baby, and all we did was stack up on speed. We had everything, Rocket Ishmael, James Jett, everything was 4-1. So,
I mean, Mike McCarthy is now the head coach.
that's so weird.
Does that do anything for you if you're a Cowboys fan?
It's just a name to me.
I feel like you're doing the same thing. Someone that Jerry Jones can manipulate and just keep under his thumb.
That's another puppet.
Yep.
AJ Terrell, fast fact. Westlake High School in Georgia, same high school as Adam Pac-Man Jones.
Ooh.
And my player comp is Kyle Fuller.
I like Kyle Fuller.
Yeah.
Kyle Fuller out of Boise State, right?
Is he? I don't know.
I thought he was Virginia Tech.
Kyle Fuller was Virginia Tech.
Yeah, he's Virginia Tech.
Ooh, pick is in for the Cowboys. Jerry Jones looks excited.
What's he doing?
He's just
Come
on his
Jerry,
boat in Santorini.
Look at him. Looks like that
Jerry,
lower
pop it
button's
up.
about to pop.
How is CeeDee Lamb slipping this far? What's going on that we don't know?
Crazy.
It's the Mafia. It's the Las Vegas Mafia. Let's go.
He might slip to the Dolphins at 18. That's going to be fucking.
Baylor, I'm getting this
the
green
Dolphins.
screen ready for you. Your new home.
Oh yeah.
Oh. Your new home. That's the
Okay.
new stadium.
It's beautiful.
Hey Baylor, we threw this out to we had Alex Clancy on from the Cardinals. Are we gonna party in Vegas? All the stuff gets lifted. Go to Raiders.
Absolutely. I think that's probably gonna be the first place I visit is Vegas when everything is lifted. Not this one that they're doing now. Not this test run that they're doing.
You don't be a part of this pilot program?
Here we go. Big announcement. Big
Yo,
announcement. The Dallas Cowboys select CeeDee Lamb.
Evan, you called it.
I mean, I don't know how you pass him up. He's so good.
What kind of intel did you get from Jerry when you saw him in Greece on that boat?
Justin Jefferson is left though.
We had a couple Mai Tais. It was nice.
All right, let me give you something about CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee Lamb had, I think he averaged 27 yards a catch last year. Big play guy. Why is my math? Here you go. 4.5 40. Not a burner, potentially. He doesn't have rug speed, but like I said, 27 yards or 26 yards a catch. Funny part about Oklahoma is since 2000 or the offensive starting team in 2017 for Oklahoma, they'll now have 9 players drafted. So Kyler's starting offense will have 9 NFL players in it. That's crazy to me.
Yeah. My good luck charm.
Those are nice.
All right, last 3 tweets. It was him holding that massive box or computer.
Mm-hmm.
The other one was, it's going to mean a lot to me to have my name called on on draft day, unbelievable. Him going the Cowboys, I think more so than most, will mean a lot to him, being from Oklahoma.
Yeah.
That type of thing. I feel like, Oklahoma isn't Texas, but it damn near should be. And then it's a dream come true. And I bet you if we went and said, CD, hey, listen, you're not going the first 13 picks or whatever. Where do you want to go? He would have been the Cowboys. Playing with Cooper, not a Bama guy, but gets to learn from someone. Him and Dak. Good situation for CD.
It's a great situation.
What's your comp? I'll give you my grade.
My comp is DeAndre Hopkins. So CD Lamb, I don't know if we'll grow into that, but CD Lamb's about 6'2". Hopkins is 6'1". They both of their 40 times around 4.5. He's got definitely all the skills and traits to be a wide receiver one. So I'm saying DeAndre Hopkins is his comp and also his ceiling.
I'm going A plus
here. Ooh, A plus.
A plus.
That's the first one of the night.
There was a reason Jerry Jones' little button at the bottom was almost bursting because he was so happy for this.
Shout out to Jerry the guy.
I mean, he had a 36 regular. It should have been a 36 a little bit bigger. Hey, listen, you're getting a guy that was projected in the top 10, maybe top 15. Currently,
everyone was saying he was the number one receiver on the board.
Exactly. Yeah. So you saw two Bama backs go before him. You take someone from Oklahoma that's going to drive more people into the stadium. Not that you need that at ATT, but that's a local feel for him. And CD Lamb, I mean, big play guy. You can probably put Cooper back, kind of what he does best in the possession type receiver that he is. But yeah, Jerry hit it big. Look at Michael Irving's happy as a clam at high tide too.
The Cowboys, great offensive line. They're going to run the ball. Dak's going to throw the ball. Great weapons. It's just going to come down to their defense and some play calling with their head coach. Is McCarthy any different than Jason Garrett? I don't know, but
we know he's better.
Well, McCarthy had both. If you think about the wide receivers he had in Green Bay, so. Nelson for a bit, Cobb, Adams. I would put CeeDee Lamb in more of the Adams type personnel than Cobb or.
But we're missing one key element though.
Tight end.
No, he had A-Rod.
Oh, in Green Bay, yeah.
That makes a huge difference. I think A-Rod, and this might be a hot take, I don't know. A lot of people have Brady as the best quarterback of all time. That's fine. But A-Rod, I've never seen a quarterback like A-Rod.
Baylor, this is why we get along so much. I have this argument, and no one agrees with me. But I believe A-Rod is a better quarterback. It's just Brady's had more weapons, and he's been in a better system.
If you swap their careers, then the Patriots will be looking like the Boston Celtics or the Lakers right now.
Yeah.
I get too much of Kurt Schilling out of A-Rod.
That doesn't mean he can't play.
If anyone gets that, right? Like, oh, my ankle's bleeding. Oh, I'm so hurt. I shouldn't be able to play. I shouldn't be playing. And, he limps around.
Don't do that. Don't do the discount double check guy like that. He has a top 5 quarterback celebration.
All right. Finn's up next.
Yeah.
So who's left?
Finn's take.
So the Finns got Tua with their first pick.
They're going to go Jefferson?
Well, yeah. Are they going to get a wide receiver here? So it's got to be wide receiver or offensive line.
They got to go offensive line. There's too much up there around offensive line. You got to protect Tua. And they have some decent wide receivers. So if you look at like Gesicki's decent. I think he's underrated, in my opinion. Evan, I'm going to draft him probably in the 4th round of our next draft, so don't take him.
That means we're going Jefferson, and then probably half of our team is just Clemson, Alabama, and LSU at this point.
I'm taking an O-lineman. I'm taking either Jones
or Isaiah Wilson. Is he still available?
Yeah.
Or
He's
Josh
pretty
Jones
good.
from Houston?
Yeah, I'm taking Jones from Houston. Some guy I can develop. Some guy that is mobile. So too, he's a guy that can also run the ball. So I'm taking Jones.
Seeing that LV is so weird, man. Oh, that is coming. Oh, that's already on.
Have we seen another Pac-12 player drafted before?
No, Ben, I want to throw this guy's name out here. He's not going to go first round, but Michael Pittman Jr. Like
Oh.
second or third round pick. I'd love to grab Pittman. Any
I'd
team.
definitely take Pittman. Yeah, I was just talking to another Raiders fan, and he was like, I would take one of the 3 top receivers and take Pittman.
Yeah, get him later.
Mm-hmm.
The wide receiver class is so deep. I mean, there's guys
So
from
deep. Yeah.
Baylor. There's guys. I mean, and then I don't know what differentiates a first round wide receiver from a second. Our interns still not doing that.
Well,
I feel
maybe
like
this is
they're-
what John Lynch was thinking. Like, you know what? I'm going to get my D line now. I'll get my wide receiver later this round or even in the second round.
And then I can't. No one can blame Garoppolo for having really good.
Oh, there he goes. He was about to make fun of
Internet.
Jimmy G.
Yeah.
You can't say too many bad things about Garoppolo. They'll come and get you.
All right, who we got?
Oh, here
on
we
the
go.
clock? The Fens on the clock. Pick is in. He's tweeting
Pick
with
is
his
in.
boys.
With the 18th pick,
It's a trade. It is good.
Dolphins,
Trade.
Austin Jackson, offensive
Wow.
tackle, USC.
So
Interesting.
Baylor, we cheers every time a Pac-12 player has been taken.
I'm with that. Even though I'm a UCLA fan, I'm a closet USC fan.
Oh, wow. Well, we got the offensive lineman right.
That feels like a reach though. There's a lot of talent on the board, and they have so many picks throughout this draft. Like,
Yeah.
I feel like they could swoop up Isaiah Wilson or Josh Jones, like at their next pick or something like that. Like, I don't know. Like, if I were them, I'm taking the best wide receiver or the best defensive end right now. Maybe that's Caleb Vaughn or maybe that's Justin Jefferson. I don't know. But I don't like that pick.
Yeah. Like I think Austin Jackson will be good in the NFL, but to your
For sure.
point, you could have gotten him later.
Totally. And he's kind of
No.
like uber athlete that's a little bit of a project. Like, he's gonna get worked his rookie year. So I don't know if that's worth an 18th pick. Like, when there's, because when you're the Dolphins, you can take the best player available every pick, really.
Every year.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, I mean, with that being said, 3 years from now, he'll be a Pro Bowler, I think.
Yeah. Raider Nation. So Baylor, another wide receiver here?
I'm gonna go with Jefferson.
Okay. Evan,
I'm gonna go
who do
with
you like
Jefferson.
For the Raiders, I think Jefferson's a good pick. I agree.
No Caleb Vaughn?
I don't think so. I think they got some young talent at defensive end.
Okay.
Yeah,
I think
Matt
Justin
Mack is
Jefferson.
our guy.
I wouldn't be mad if I was a Raiders fan and they picked like Denzel Sims or even Jalen Rieger or even
I like
T.
Sims.
Higgins or something like that. But
T. Higgins is nice.
yeah, he's good. How's that pizza?
It's good. Just had a couple slices off camera.
There you
Didn't
go.
want you to see me shoving in my face.
Kyle, who do you want for the Raiders right now? if you're a Raiders fan.
I don't think they're going wide receiver. I think
Curveball.
I think they're going to do something on the defensive end.
Really? Even with
as a defensive end, or are you talking about in defense in general? Because right now,
Oh, I'm going defense and defensive end. Either that guy from Penn State, what's his name, Yeater, or Calevon. I would lean towards Calevon.
We do have young corners. I'm gonna give Mullen I mean he's young. I don't know. I'm not sold on. I ain't gonna say I never was, but he's just injury prone and Connolly. So we don't have any DBs.
So we got.
And our
They haven't
safeties are
drafted,
stronger than our defensive line. So
I meant sticking to what you said. They could get Christian Fulton from LSU.
that would be a solid pick.
I like that. I like that one.
John Gruden. He's got
Oh,
his
here we go.
whiteboard.
Selection time.
Oh, I just saw a hug. Someone was happy. Just in
Pick's in.
time. Pick is
Pick's in.
in.
There it is.
I'm saying defense. Baylor and Evan are going wide receiver.
I like the communication. I like the communication, Mike Mayock. You got to get on Gruden because Gruden will try to control everything. Which he has a
Are you eating
10-year
your pizza off
contract.
camera?
I snuck a couple. bites
Damon
off them.
Arnett, cornerback, Ohio State.
What is it with Ohio?
I don't even
I
have
thought
him
he
on
was
my.
gonna go.
I don't have him on my first round board.
Yeah, that's a round 3 guy. Maybe round 2. I don't know.
So this is back to Mike Mayock's thing. Draft
Ohio
players for winning
State.
programs.
I said they were going to get that guy from Clemson, but apparently it's Ohio State.
C minus.
Yeah,
Trade back and draft that guy. You
C
know?
minus.
yeah.
I say D.
D? D minus?
D.
D.
They could have traded
I'm-
into the
I'm-
middle of the second round and picked.
Okay, Wayne, drum up some stuff you're going to talk about.
This guy isn't even in my first round board. I got to find him.
Show me something, Damon.
Baylor, do you know anything about this guy?
Absolutely not. After we drafted Connolly, I left Ohio State alone. All right,
Jacksonville.
I gotta let him play it out because he had a good draft last year, so we'll see.
So if it makes you feel any better, I've done a little bit of homework on this guy, and he's actually really, really good. And he's like one of the more underrated people in the draft. But a lot of people thought he had a long ways to go before he got drafted. So he could actually turn out to be really, really good. He's got the size, and he plays really, really well. So I mean, we'll see, but I don't know. I mean, it's not the worst pick in the world.
Is he
No,
a
I mean, I think-
is he a man-to-man or more of a zone type of guy?
I think he's a pretty versatile guy, so he can play like man-to-man or zone. But he was kind of overshadowed by Jeffrey Okudah on the other side. He's definitely really, really good. He's just people thought he wasn't going to go for a really long time. I was hoping the Hawks were going to swoop him like in the third round.
Mayock is super happy. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to be this happy with him though. I don't know. I mean,
Mayock's a
Way he
smart dude,
celebrated.
so I would have faith in him.
Mayock's a
Okay.
smart guy? No.
I think he's a smart. Player
He's a
evaluator.
self-proclaimed draft guru. hired by CBS Sports. He was a broadcaster. He's like you or I.
I wouldn't put him in the same category as Todd McShay or
us.
or
So I'm going to give some stats here. Clemson beat Ohio State last year. Trevor Lawrence threw for 259 yards, 2 TDs. Ohio State's got 3 guys in the first round from their defense. So who is he throwing on? If he's not throwing on Okudah, is he throwing on this guy?
Well, I don't know.
Tank for Trevor.
I take it back. I want Trevor over Burrow now, man.
Exactly.
All right, guys, I'm about to head into work.
All right. Good talking to you,
Baylor,
Baylor. Thanks for coming on.
Appreciate you having me.
All right, we gotta lull for a bit until the Seahawks pick.
All right.
I just like the fact that guy out of Georgia plays piano.
Hey, you're frozen right now with your mouth open.
Why am I frozen so much?
I don't know.
I got my Gatorade bottle.
I think it's because you and Shar aren't paying for internet. You're trying to jump on someone else's Wi-Fi across the street.
Probably.
Chris is trying to watch Moana right now.
I know.
Or Frozen or something.
Ben, you missed the cheers. Austin Jackson got drafted.
No, you did?
Yeah. I
What?
had to give the breakdown on Austin Jackson
Oh, wait.
by the
Actually,
Dolphins.
I didn't actually have anything on Austin Jackson because I didn't think he drafted in the first round. But
Yeah, we didn't either. But
thanks for
we did
saving
a-
me.
We did a Pac-12 cheers, though.
Oh, nice.
The Jags, they're going to mess this one up. Oh, wow. So they were saying this draft is going to end at 8:30. Do you think it's going to end at 8:30?
No, absolutely not.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to end at 8:30 either.
All right, Jacksonville, what do they need? A lot of things.
They need everything.
What was their first pick?
They got CJ Henderson, cornerback. So I think a great pick here is the wide receiver Ellis from LSU,
Jefferson.
Justin Jefferson.
Yep. Led the NCAA in catches last year.
Either that, or I would go Patrick McQueen, linebacker from LSU. The Jags need it all.
Just get everyone from LSU.
Yeah, just unmute your phone and be like, "Who's available from LSU?"
We'll take whoever's left. Oh, I need to figure out this internet.
Wow. I think the Niners won the draft. They got the defensive lineman early. They're going to get Laviska late. Niners won the draft.
You think so?
No, I'm just talking trash.
You are. So who's left? Evan, this is about your time. You can give us some insight.
Best
Before
available.
you go, Evan, I just said the Niners won the draft.
I honestly don't disagree with that so far.
It's actually, I think it's the Cardinals. I love that Simmons pick. It's so good.
I feel like send what's his name? Send Adam a little note. Get him back on. I want to see what he's looking like right now.
He's probably drunk.
Even
He's
better.
probably watching How I Met Your Mother, drinking champagne, and celebrating.
I like how he admitted that was what he was watching. Evan, what'd you have for dinner?
Katie got some takeout Chinese food, so I'm losing a lot of weight during this whole coronavirus thing.
Corona 19.
I'm getting real fat in the butt.
You're getting your summer body back?
I'm getting my Mekhi Becton body on. Oh, here we go. Picks in. Jaguars pick Kaylavon Chasen.
Boom. The pick is in. Oh, that was quick. That's me. What do I have on him? LSU. Oh, I got this. 2015. He went to football camp, LSU football camp, with his buddy. He wasn't going to participate. And he left the football camp with a full ride to LSU without playing a high school snap on the varsity team. That's what kind of talent he has. They spotted him early. Game changer on defense. He's unbelievable. I like this pick. I thought he was actually going to go much higher.
That's one of the craziest things I've ever heard.
Yeah.
So wait, he didn't play in high school snap. He just wound up at LSU camp and
He didn't play a varsity snap. He was on JV. He was going with his buddy who was getting recruited by the Tigers. He was
What high
injured
school-
the year
what high school
before.
did he go to?
Somewhere in Texas. I think it was South Prairie High. But the speed and power, his comp, Danielle Hunter, another LSU Tiger. That's who I got at his comp.
Daniel Hunter. Who does he play
Yeah.
for? Or did
Ooh, I knew you were going to ask me that. And he plays for Minnesota.
I'll give him a B.
Yeah.
Just a B. Oh, there's Katie sneaking in.
You know what? I would actually give him a B plus. They drafted the best player on the board.
You think so?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So now you pair him with pair him with CJ Henderson.
Here's
Is it Saxonville again? The Jags are back. Mark my words, Jags are back.
Whoa. Okay. Over under 6.5.
Over.
Over 6.5.
Yes, I'm
I will
going
take
7.
that bet for a hundo right now.
I'll do it for $20.
Deal. Here's
20
why I
bucks.
say
All right.
I love the idea that all these LSU players are coming off the board and Bama players and Clemson, but are they, again, a product of how good the players are around you? And that's why I think this goes into Small Hank. What's up, dude? I got Hank the dog. Oh, hey, bud.
I agree with you, but if you look at the best players in the NFL who are on the young side, it's Clemson, it's Bama, and it's LSU.
I don't agree, but this is why I think the Seahawks have been great at drafting smaller school guys. You think of, I mean, Thomas Rawls comes to mind, and if Evan was here, he may or may not agree with him. But the guys that can do more with less, meaning I don't have all the players around me to make me look good. There's one key corner on one team, so therefore the other wide receiver looks good.
Well,
Maybe
and also all the big name players from big name schools get drafted early, and you can really find the diamonds at the smaller schools.
Which was what I think the Seahawks do well, right?
Yeah.
Evan, do you agree?
Sorry, I was chewing on a General Tso's chicken right there. What did you say?
My thing was everyone's going big on LSU and Bama, Clemson. My thing is there's some of these players are potentially products of their environment.
Yeah.
So is he really that good, or is he just that good because he's, shadowing the third best receiver on their team because he's got 2 all-pro cornerbacks or all SEC cornerbacks in front of him?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think he's a little bit of a product of the system, but like, I don't know. It's so hard to tell because like they dominate some schools, but at the same time, it's like, they're all juiced up with future NFL players around them. Like it's hard to tell.
Does Laviska go here? You got to go
Honestly,
wide out, right?
So the Eagles? Yeah. It's either him or what's his name? Jefferson's still on the board, right?
Jefferson's still on the board. Take him.
I love Laviska, but I think you go Jefferson.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know what I think about Laviska is, so he has medical problems, right?
Yep.
Because of his medical problems and because he couldn't visit teams to do like medical checkups, I bet you he's like the DK Metcalf that falls to the end of the second round. That's where the Seahawks are going to swoop in.
He also doesn't like a Madden create your player like DK Metcalf does, but I get your theory.
But he's sick.
Michael Irvin going aggressive.
Philadelphia Eagles selection
It's got to be a wideout.
It's got to be.
has to be a wideout. Justin Jefferson. Let's say it. Let's see it.
Yeah, let's call it Justin Jefferson, right?
Jefferson, I'll
Get your board ready.
I got my board.
then.
And the pick is come on, Goodell. Jalen Reagor, wide receiver, TSU.
TCU.
TCU.
What? He's number 9 on my board.
Really?
Yeah.
Why do you reach for a wide receiver? Unless you
What is going on with Laviska and T. Higgins and Mims from Baylor?
I think those medical red flags are really coming back because of the coronavirus.
God, I had so much good stuff on Justin Jefferson. Now
He'll still get picked. He's just going to go a little later to my Niners.
Yeah.
wow. Okay. I mean, are you happy with that pick? I without doing much research, I think the last first round draft pick from a wide receiver standpoint from TCU was Chalk Dodson. Is that right? Go up and get it.
I keep getting wide receivers from Baylor confused with TCU. Because Baylor's had a lot of good wide receivers.
No, Denzel Mims is from Baylor.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mims is from Baylor, but this is a reach. This is a flat out F. What are you doing?
Oh, wow. Of course, this comes out on Draft Rumors. The Eagles are enamored with Jalen Regan's speed and explosiveness.
Come on.
Well,
it's
whoever this
F.
blogger is was right.
Flat out F. I mean, you.
Oh, listen to this. This might be a surprise selection to some, but sources say the Eagles are enamored with his speed and his potential as a level 3 target for Carson Wentz.
Well, you got to get to level 1 and level 2 before you get to level 3, and they don't have either of the first two. You just got rid of Nelson Aguilar.
But are any of these people on the board level 1 or 2? Oh, and then they say he drops the ball a lot. Wow, this could be a reach. Wow, I think they should have gone Justin Jefferson.
I mean, Justin Jefferson's like the logical pick. He's
did Ben get kicked out again?
I think he did, yeah. Justin Jefferson just seems like the logical pick. I mean, I don't think Reagor is like the worst pick in the world just because like they need a wide receiver and there's so many good wide receivers. Like it's whatever. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
I guess time will tell.
He's pretty athletic and he's fast, you know.
If you're not saying that about a first round draft pick at wide receiver, then he's slow and mediocre.
He's slow and fat, you know.
So Vikings pick next, and then they pick again in like 4 picks. So it'll be interesting to see what Minnesota will do here.
Yeah, who really cares? I will say this: Minnesota has the most loyal fan base of anyone in the NFL.
They've gotten to the playoffs. They've played well.
I feel like Kirk Cousins. You like that?
I actually hate Kirk Cousins.
Really?
Yeah, he just seems like a fucking tool. Like, sorry, but he just seems like a big baby. I don't know. He's like,
Hey, do you land on Justin Jefferson? You got to take Justin Jefferson. If you don't, you're
What, to replace Diggs?
absolutely.
Yeah.
I think the only problem with Justin Jefferson is he's like a possession type of receiver. He's amazing possession receiver, but like I feel like they need because they have like
Thielen.
Thielen on the other side who is
Irv
a
Smith.
possession guy. Like they
Yeah,
need
Irv
someone
Smith.
to take the top off. Like Diggs.
I feel like Kirk Cousins is so similar to Garoppolo, though, where you could
Can't
give
throw
him.
down the field.
Well, exactly. That's why I think Diggs got so mad. Like, hey, I'm open. I'm sorry, I can't throw that far.
Yeah.
Go to Buffalo where Josh Allen can rip it from 60 yards, right? Like that's the thing.
Yeah.
So you can go draft the pieces, but can you make the pieces work is one thing. So Pac-10, Pac-12, excuse me. Laviska maybe go here. Good possession receiver.
I'll bet you, and I'm going to throw this out there as a wild card. I'm going to say Denzel Mims.
Ooh,
Okay.
okay.
Did you miss our Jacksonville bet, Evan?
No. Or yes, I did. What is it?
6.5 wins. I took the over for $20.
100.
Yeah, he wanted 100. I was like, "There's no way," but I'll do $20.
6.5 wins.
Look at that defense; they're back.
That's
shutting everyone
a
down.
pretty interesting bet right there.
Yeah,
I'm
Ben's a little
going to
nervous.
root for the over just because I like Gardner Minshew, but that's a good one. I like that one.
Justin Jefferson's. If you don't go with Justin, I don't know what you do.
I don't think you can go wrong with Jefferson, E. Higgins, Laviska, but they also kind of need like a defensive end, defensive tackle.
Well,
I
yeah.
don't know.
What do you do with? Maybe this is telling on what you do with Everson Griffin. If you draft an edge rusher, is all of a sudden Everson? We don't need you.
Yeah.
I think Everson signing with the Vikings is not an option now. What he's like put out there is like that's over with and done with.
What? How much did he put out there, contract wise?
Everson. Well, I just saw that he like tweeted bye to all his friends in Minnesota and was like, "That's it for me." I don't know. Looks like we got a Vikings pick in right here. I mean, I would be okay with Everson coming to the Seahawks. I'm not gonna lie. Ben, who do you want for the Vikings? Okay, please. Ben,
It's been frozen. I had to come back. I was shoving pizza in my face.
yeah, I think we had some internet difficulties there, but we got a Vikings pick in about 2 seconds here. Oh, it's in selection time. Roger Goodell loves being on TV. The pick is
No, he gone.
Justin Jefferson.
Wow, you called it.
It seems like it just makes a lot of sense. You
It
know,
does
like
make a lot of sense. Joe Burrow's #1 receiver from LSU.
yeah, I mean he's a good receiver. they need that. Just makes a lot of sense, you know.
Jefferson, LSU, Ben.
I love it. All right, let me give you something on Jefferson. As I just killed my background. JJ Flash, as I like to call him. Absolute stud. Bear with me. So he led the NCAA in receptions last year, and with 111, I believe. Let me get to it.
ESPN just said he was a 0-star recruit out of high school.
He was.
Wow.
So he had two brothers play at LSU. So they thought he was like a walk-on little brother. Oh, they're bringing him around. Look what he turned into. First-round draft pick. Jordan Jefferson was his brother. So he played quarterback for the Tigers for some time. Obviously didn't pan out because he's not in the NFL like his little brother. So
Yeah.
Third time's a charm for Mr. Jefferson and the Jefferson family. Let me get you more stats. I got Ayuka. I got Ezra Cleveland. I got Cesar Ruiz. T. Higgins. Here he is. So, alma mater of DeShethrin High School. The other most notable guy or alum is who? None other than Ed Reed.
Ooh, Hall of Famer Ed Reed.
I don't know if you guys feel this way, but I feel like if you have an alum, or if you're an alum from a specific or a high school, it helps you moving forward. Some people feel some onus into your success. So JJ Flash, horrible nickname, 4.40, second team all SEC. Big play.
Hey, your screen's giving me a headache.
Big game, JJ.
What's going on with your screen over there?
Yeah, I feel like is
Are you
there something wrong with
broadcasting
me?
from the moon or something like that?
Oh, it's just the bad lighting.
Do you need some I got some IT guys behind me. Do you need them to help you out?
Hold on, let me scoot this forward.
Yeah.
Is that even worse?
That's a little better.
Well, yeah, I don't care about you guys. I care about the 4 people that are listening to. Is that better? Whoa.
No, it's not better.
Charger
go with
pick is in.
There, that's better. Oh, the Chargers again.
Wait, what? Did the Chargers just trade up?
Yeah, what's going on here?
I'm like really confused right now. Let me check Adam Schefter.
Where's our intern?
I'm here.
All right, last 3 tweets real quick. Goes by JJ Jets on his Twitter. He has an endorsement deal with Old Spice. My question to you guys was, what's your best Old Spice scent? Mine's just the fresh scent.
Oh, I don't mess with Old Spice. I'm like Dove or something like that.
Yeah, I had like a sport of Old Spice, and it just smelled so bad that I just never gone back to Old Spice.
The like the old school red with the blue.
Yeah.
And I feel like, yeah, I just went with the fresh. And then he actually had a video documenting his rise from walk on, quote unquote, walk on to what he's done today and lead the NCAA in reception. So that's your boy JJ, Justin Jefferson.
Shout out to JJ.
I got an update for you guys here.
Go.
So this is exactly what I wanted the Seahawks to do, but New England is trading its pick to the Chargers, who gave up a second and third round pick to move up, per source, per Adam Schefter.
Okay.
So the Chargers pick is in, and so they moved up from 37. So they must have given up like early second rounder and an early third rounder for the 23rd pick, which is like, I'll take that any day.
Yeah, I would take those 2 picks too.
Totally.
So who'd they draft?
That's what the Patriots do best, man. They just accumulate talent, and like, if you're good, you stay. If not, you leave.
Telesco must have really wanted someone.
Oh yeah, here it is. Selection.
Bowl game back on. Pick is
Kenneth
in.
Murray, inside linebacker.
Wow. I
Wow.
like that pick a lot. Match him up with Bosa. Let's see what I got.
He's legit.
37 players have been drafted out of Oklahoma. Murray, linebacker, hardest hitting linebacker in the NCAA. He packs a punch. But they don't know he's good at picking up blitzes. Here's my comp. A little bit of a stretch, but this guy was great at reading blitzes. This guy was great blitzer. Brian Urlacher.
Ooh.
That's my comp. I like this pick a lot for the Chargers.
Diving over centers.
Yeah.
I don't mind that.
Okay.
Junior came out of his junior year. He was projected by most latter half, but if there's a need, that's what you're doing. If you're Tom Telesco trading up, gave away quite a bit. If I'm going to, do I grade the pick or the move?
Do both.
Okay.
West
I'll give
Coast team, do both.
move. I'm getting, I'm going to give the move, let's see, pick. You need another linebacker, so I'm going to give the pick a B+. So I'm giving the move a C-. You gave up too much. You got swindled. You got swindled. The pick B+. I agree with you, K-Win. Murray's a solid pick in that. He's a good interview if you had it, but overall, I think he pairs well with a solid defense you already have in San Diego. I'm looking at some of his save a woman's life by doing CPR, so he might need to save. Yeah, he might need to save a lot of people on the beach of Hermosa, K-Win included.
I don't mind this pick, So he could have been picked like in the teens, like early teens, maybe even. And the Chargers, they don't have they have some holes, but they don't have like a ton of holes. And he's definitely not dropping to 37 or whatever that was.
No.
So I don't mind it, but like personal mantra, I would never trade up for anybody unless it was like some crazy situation. But yeah, I mean, he seems like he's going to be a pretty solid, maybe even really good NFL player.
Well, I think this goes to what we said before. They're moving into a new stadium. The time is now. Let's get this linebacker. Let's put him in with Bosa. Let's put him in with Ingram, and let's win right now. Let's be the better team in LA next year so we can win fans. I don't agree. I think they gave up too much, but I'm happy that they're aggressive. I think he's not, if you consider Isaiah Simmons a real linebacker, then he's the number 2 linebacker.
Right.
He's a hitter. He can blitz. I think he's going to be great in LA.
Where are the Rams? Herbert, the
Rams don't even pick in the first round.
Exactly. So if I'm an LA fan, like if I had a Rams hat on, I'm taking it off right now. You got Herbert. Telesco did a decent job there, but you're right. He probably gave up too much, but win today.
I mean, it's great for the Patriots. They just get to stack talent on top of talent,
I mean, K-Win, you are an LA fan at its finest. Like if the Clippers are winning, you put on the Clips half. If the Lakers are winning, and it's that way in LA. So if you want to be the big winner out of this, Telesco's got to win that first season. Win at all costs. Trade some picks. Put the best team in the field.
For sure.
I like it. All right, who we got next? Saints.
I'm thinking wide receiver.
Oh, or do they go Love? Do they get a quarterback to sit on the bench and replace Breeze? Love.
That's a good wild card right there. I like that.
Love he's been moving up draft boards. Who's your? Breeze just signed a 2-year, $25 million deal, $20 million deal.
I thought it was a 1 year.
No, 2-year.
It was 2. Okay.
Yeah. So.
If I'm the Saints, I'm taking the best wide receiver available, and then hoping that I can scoop up Jalen Hurts like later on in the draft.
Well, I mean, they have Michael Thomas and name another wide receiver for the Saints.
Exactly.
Mark, Colston.
Oh no, they got what's his name? They got Emmanuel Sanders from the Niners.
Oh, they did.
Oh,
So they've got 2 receivers now.
Sanders.
They could go defense here.
Yeah, I totally forgot about that one.
And Joe
Yeah,
Grant.
I don't know.
They got Taysom.
Taysom Hill. That's true. Do you do the Taysom Hill experience? Jordan Love.
This is a weird one. I honestly have no clue what they're gonna do with
I think they go best player available. Just the Saints. I mean, they have Kamara, they have Thomas. What they miss out on?
They need defense.
A cornerback that could tackle.
Another,
They
it's
probably
either
won't.
that or another linebacker.
Yeah, they were probably hoping for Kenneth Murray, maybe Patrick Queen, maybe.
Yeah, Patrick Queen's probably your safest bet at this point.
Actually, that's got to be the pick right there. Like, I don't see any other option.
Yeah.
It makes sense. Or LJ Collier.
Oh, I'm waiting for Josh Jones to get off the table.
Joe Grant saying best defensive player available. Do you agree with Joe?
Who?
Oh, we got some comments here. Joe.
They said
Joe's
that's in the
listening.
Saints. I agree with Joe. I say it's best defensive player available. I think it's Queen though. I think you got to go linebacker here.
But Joe, if you're listening, what position are you thinking? Like, is it linebacker, D tackle, D end, safety? There's a deer in my yard right now. All right. Well, he just says best D player available, which might be Patrick Queen too. I don't know. Might fit like a glove right there.
I think he agrees with us.
Mickey Loomis, GM, always complains about the scoring and rules. I feel like, God, he's such bad luck for the Saints. How do you prevent that? I'll take a cornerback that can tackle anyone or a safety just to assure that Minnesota Miracle doesn't happen again.
Was it 3 years in a row? Minnesota Miracle,
They got hosed last year too.
PI for the Rams, and then what was it last year? Oh, they lost. Was it to the Titans? Or not to the Titans? It was who was it? Why am I blanking?
It's the pizza and 4 beers.
Joe Grant. Who did the Saints lose to? He said doesn't matter, just best player available. They can't get stops when they needed him last year. Get Joe on the podcast. Let's get Joe in
come
here
on.
for the Saints.
Bring
pick.
Joe in. Bring Joe
Joe,
in.
come on
At
in.
this point, we need some. Joe's probably on dial-up.
He's got a flip phone too.
Oh, love Joe. By the
God,
way,
who did they lose to?
your Cup K win leaves a lot. You need to get something.
I know. I was going to do a red cup, but that just didn't seem like a good fit.
Oh my
Saint
God, we missed a pick. Jesus Christ.
Cesar Ruiz.
Is
from
that who?
Michigan.
All right, I got
Yeah. That's your
Oh
boy,
my
Ben.
God.
you. He is my boy. God, I wish the Hawks, Joey Hunt's, excuse my French, fucking horrible. I wish that he would have been around for the Hawks. And here's why I say this. Centers aren't sexy. They're beyond not sexy. But I got a little bit on Cesar.
He's good though.
He is very good.
Really good.
I gotta go
So-
real quick.
How do you judge a center? Did he pick up the Mike linebacker? Did he pick up the blitz? They're underappreciated. And this is what I had going into this. I hope he gets picked by the Seahawks because Max Unger is the last best center we've had. I don't have much on Cesar. All I know is he's a tough SOB, grew up in New Jersey. And if you look at his video on his Twitter, it's him with a Gillette endorsement running around in a non-fitted suit, touting the razor blades. So what I'll say about this, the other tweets he's had, Hourglass with another quote, it's here, it's finally here. He was not saying the WST podcast, I don't think, but you can tell he wants to play football. The guy is an absolute beast, 6'4", 320. You need someone like that. You think about the brothers, Pouncey brothers, and what that can do for your offense. Someone that can coordinate. The analogy that I like to give, they're like the catcher. And if you have a good catcher that can not only throw players out, but also, dig up balls in the dirt, that's what you want. And that's what Cesar Ruiz is. And I guarantee you he's going to play 10 to 12 years in the NFL and just be an absolute stud. And if he wants to be the best center ever, he's got a long way to go. Because there's guys like Jim Otto and Mike Webster in front of him. Do you know either of those players?
Jim.
No, you don't. My
No,
point exactly. Like you're centers are the probably most unspoken hero of the NFL. And to have a guy like that come out in the first round, good pick.
I think it's a great pick. So
Give him a
Ruiz, he can play center, but he can also play tackle. Like there's a lot of offensive flexibility. He was projected second, third round, but he had a great combine, great workout, ran like just over 5 for the 40. It's a good pick for the Saints.
I'll give him a B+. And you know why? It's because I think Breeze probably maybe had some influence on this. Gives them
So,
the guy.
hey, Sean, we need some offensive line help.
I need a fresh butt to get a hike from, maybe. No, I think if you look at this, Mickey Loomis, Sean Payton, we want a guy that's gritty, that's tough. I don't think they're worried about their skill position, but they need a guy that can handle the offense, and Breeze can help Cesar along. So I like the pick. I love the pick. I wish the Seahawks had him.
I think they surprised all of us. We thought they're going defense because we thought Cesar was going much later, but I think he's worthy of this pick. I like it.
Absolutely. So where are we at now?
We got the Vikings on the clock.
Vikings
they just
just
got.
traded it.
Did you say they made a trade?
Yeah, they just made a trade with the 49ers.
Are you being serious?
Yep.
No way.
No.
I'm going to the Mort and see. Scheffner did not report that.
Evan Core reported it.
ABC is reporting it right now. The pick is in. 49ers.
Oh, whoa. You're right.
Who'd they jump up to get, K-Win?
It's got to be my boy LaVisca
No.
or T. Higgins. It's got to be a wide receiver. It's not a wide receiver. This table's flipping. This stream is over. Like
I'm gonna
this
say
is done.
I'm gonna say Denzel Mims.
All right, he's a wide receiver. Does Lynch go McQueen here? Does he get another defensive player?
Just stack the box.
I don't think so. He's got to go wide receiver. They've got to throw the ball if they want to win next year and keep that window open.
Here's the announcement.
John Lynch is smiling. He's texting. Looks like he just gave a little thumbs up.
God, Schefter, you can tell when they don't have makeup people.
Brandon Ayuk.
ASU forks up.
Forks up.
Wow.
Herm
Wow.
is going crazy.
Pac-12.
Big Herm.
We were
Cheers.
right on receiver.
Cheers to the back 12. All right, here you go.
He's good.
Grew up
Yeah,
in
real good.
Rockland. Or excuse me, born in Rockland. Grew up in Reno. Went to Robert McQueen High School. Where Kyle Van Noy is an alumni. Here's the funny thing. He's a JUCO transfer. So he wasn't heavily recruited out of college or high school. He was actually recruited by Bama after he played at Sierra High School. interesting note there. 4.5 40 time. Here's the thing to me. I'm a little soured on ASU wide receivers after what N'Keal Harry did last year.
Yeah, he did.
Only caught 12 balls for like 105 yards and 2 touchdowns. He overpromised and underdelivered in big way.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what you're also getting with Ayuka. He's pretty solid on like the return game, punt specialist, so you can slot him in there pretty quickly. Last 3 tweets goes by the number 2 era because that's what he wore in college. Head and Shoulders endorsement. My question to you, is that like do you take offense to having a Head and Shoulders endorsement? Like, hey, or is it cool?
You know what?
Being that Head and Shoulders for dandruff.
Just like him, WST will take any endorsement.
Give me money. And then he's got 3 endorsements. So the other one is Wingstop. I've never had Wingstop.
Good wings.
Wingstop.
I've never had it.
Yeah.
You're vouching for Wingstop?
Yeah, look like it's above Buffalo Wild Wings, in my opinion.
But can
Just
you
a
go
little-
in
A
and
tick
play
above
trivia?
it.
Is it good?
Yeah. I mean, if you've had like 4 pitchers of beer, it's good.
But I think
I'm not going to go there just randomly on a Tuesday and just eat wings.
Is Wingstop the Chipotle of wings?
Yeah, maybe. I would give you that. I would give you that player comp.
Okay. And he's an Adidas guy as well. So he's got all endorsements covered. I don't know where I like him because he's a Pac-12 guy.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. Okay, when your
You
jurisdiction.
don't like those Arizona State?
I'm soured after the history.
There's just one player, Harris. What about Rod Tidwell from Jerry Maguire? He went to A-State. He turned out great.
Rod was great. Have you guys? That's on Netflix right now.
Wow, see.
Wow. Okay.
All right. I guess he'll just have to prove you wrong.
See.
Kyle, if I'm you right now, I'm actually like pretty happy about what's going on with the 49ers. I think Kinlaw is a beast, and Ayuk or whatever his name is, he's pretty good too. And they also picked up a 4th rounder, I think it was, or 5th rounder. Like, I think that's pretty solid for a 1st round get right there.
You know what's funny is when you look at Shanahan and Lynch, kind of their reactions, it's almost like they're playing a game. Like
they're so excited.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you somewhat have to be. But
here's the thing that we all don't know. We all assume CeeDee Lamb and Judy were heads and above all of these wide receivers, but maybe these scouts are like, there's not that big of a gap. So get the best player available ahead of them. And then if you can grab these receivers late, they're okay.
Yeah. I mean, who do we have still on the board here? T. Higgins,
Your boy Mims.
Chenault, Denzel Mims, Chase Claypool, Michael Pittman.
Yeah.
Like, those are some good ass wide receivers that are still around.
The surprising thing to me is that there hasn't been a pressing for any quarterbacks. People talk about like Love making its way into the 1st round.
Well, the Seahawks can still grab him at 27. The Seahawks are 2 picks away. What's going on? What are you guys feeling? Are they going to keep the pick? They're going to trade the pick. Who do you want? So many questions. Hawks Insider with K. Wynn, Evan, and Big Ben starting now.
I think at this point, I didn't think there would be this much action throughout the draft in terms of trades. But if people are willing and able, I mean, you look at who missed or who didn't get what they wanted throughout the draft process. I don't think you go quarterback if you're. I'm just disappointed.
Let's do this. Let's go. All right. Offense or defense, and then who do you like? Ben can go first, then Evan. Because we don't really care about this Dolphins pick.
We need depth at wide receiver, in my opinion. So, I mean, the guy out of Baylor's fine. Honestly, trade down. Get more picks in the latter half, knowing what we need to fill. Find someone that has a need. So I'm trading. If I know you want to press me for who's the best player in defense, offense. No, I'm trading. I'm out of there.
Evan, you're on the clock. You're the Seahawks. Offense or defense, who you liking?
So I think with their end of first round pick and their 2 picks at the end of second round, they have to pick up 1 defensive tackle and 1 defensive end. I think it's a reach for anyone who's left over at the end of the first round. Maybe Gross Matos or H.A. Epinesa or I don't know, like anyone else is a reach as well. So like I'm with Ben, like I want them to trade back and pick up another 3rd round pick. And because like there's a lot of kind of golden nuggets in like the middle to second round, but it's kind of just borderline first rounders at this point.
It's the tweeners. It's like, what is the delta between a late first rounder and a second or third rounder at this point? I don't think there's that big of a gap.
No.
But people value these picks, so take advantage of it, like the Patriots took advantage of my Chargers.
I mean, the Seahawks have some needs, right? It's obvious on the offensive and defensive line, but it's not so glaring that, you know, they have to sit there and they have a person they're targeting. I think it's Schneider, the fantasy draft type was read one too many sleeper articles for Schneider. And I agree. Like he's finding people that or players that fit the mold. And going back to Gross Matos, I think that's a good fit. If we had to draft someone, that'd be my pick.
Yeah. I'd like
Gross
to announce
Matos?
that
Yes.
Grover is now in the house. What up, Grove?
Bring him on. All right, Miami's still on the clock. Jordan Love.
Wait, it says Packers. Did Packers just trade? Packers have 26. Do they just trade up to have 25 and 26?
Niners at 25.
Wait, what's
So
going
the
on here?
Packers traded with the Vikings,
the
right?
Packers pick is in.
Uh-oh.
What just happened? Green Bay traded up from number 30 to Miami's spot at number 26.
To get Jordan Love.
Woo! The Packers did get
Wow.
Jordan Love.
Yes.
What's wrong with my internet?
J Love. Char stopped finally streaming stuff, and I'm caught up. J Love going to the Packers. No.
Evan, there's no way. Did they get Love?
Excuse me. Love.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Hold on,
Excuse-
here it is, the pick.
It looks like just got off the phone with Love.
Your boy Rogers is going to be so upset if they get Love. I bet he's going to be bitter.
Jordan Love. It's in. The pick is in. Jordan Love to the Green Bay Packers.
What does this mean? I'm so confused right now. Why would you do this?
Crazy.
You would trade up to draft a position where your best player on your team plays that same position?
Well,
Aaron Rodgers has plenty of years left. Like at least a few years.
I don't know. Unless
they would-
Rodgers is getting traded in a 3-way to the Niners.
look into his contract status. So here's my thing. You already failed with Brett Hundley doing that same experiment of someone that sits behind Rodgers and what I don't see how this fits into anything.
How can you win next year when your first round draft pick is a backup that's not going to impact your team at all?
You're Green Bay.
And
You
what
get a lot
did you trade away to?
No idea, but
So there was some fan who was going to write an algorithm to see based on social media if the fans were booing based on the picks. I guarantee Green Bay fans are booing this pick.
done. Yes.
Aaron Rodgers just picked up his phone and called his agent and was like, I'm out. He's like, get me in LA or get me to Las Vegas. I'm out.
He gets pissed off easily too. Like they're missing one wide receiver and then they're winning the Super Bowl. Like that's I don't
Jordan
know.
Love, Bako, pride of Bako.
Wow.
That was a
Big,
weird pick.
Wow. I definitely thought he was going in the first round, but not to the Packers.
Does he become the Taysom Hill though? Maybe you start him there.
I haven't seen Love play. Can he run?
Yeah, absolutely.
Rodgers
Absolutely
can run.
So think about it this way though. Breeze has Taysom Hill.
So I just clicked on Twitter. Jordan Love is trending. So please go ahead. Let me see what's going on in the Twitterverse.
So here, let me potentially rationalize this pick, and before I do, I'm going to give it a grade, and I'm going to give it a grade of a fat D, because that is bad. You don't trade up under the circumstance, but the guy can run as a rationale, and Taysom Hill's shown to be a differentiator for the Saints. Maybe use him the same way. I don't know.
Best quote, don't worry, Aaron Rodgers is going to love him like his brother.
I got an interesting comment from Adam Schefter here. He says Aaron Rodgers. He says, first of all, Mike McCarthy, his former head coach, gets a first round wide receiver in his first draft for the Cowboys, and Aaron Rodgers doesn't get a first round wide receiver or running back for the 15th straight year. Packers get his successor instead. Whoa.
Yeah.
Where does Eddie Lacy fit in that equation?
I thought he must have been a second rounder. But he's probably eating McDonald's or Wendy's on his couch right now.
Yeah, exactly. He's
watching the WST podcast, you know.
He's one of our 5 listeners.
He's giving a 5 for 5.
Yeah.
It seems like Green Bay's happy with this, and I don't know why. This is probably the least probable pick that I could have seen coming out of this draft, at least in the first round.
You said it best. Is this Brett Hundley? I don't know.
Exactly.
Did he go back into college and come back out?
Name? I don't know. Now, if you're Eason, how does this help the West Coast guy? Eason, your marketability, your viability goes up quite a bit, in my opinion.
Well, so he's got to be the next quarterback off the board. Hawks pick next. No. Ravens, no. Titans, I don't know if they'll draft him. Dolphins, definitely no. Vikings, no. Chiefs, no. Eason's slipping into tomorrow.
Do you want to make a bet on that?
Yeah.
Another $20.
That you're saying Eason gets picked before the end of the first round.
Yep.
Hold on, let me refresh my Twitter. All right, I'll do that. $20. Eason doesn't get picked tonight.
Jay Love, look at him. He's got the same headphones on as Burrow. Those must be league wide.
Unless this makes sense if they're converting Love into a wide receiver or like some kind of, I don't know.
Maybe he's Randall Cobb for a year.
Yeah. Maybe they're just going to run like flea flickers and reverse flea flickers like every other play.
McCarthy's gone. Just open it up.
They're going Wildcat offense.
Boring McCarthy. Boring McCarthy's gone.
This is going to be a weird Brett Favre type of situation. Only Jordan Love is not going to be Aaron Rodgers, obviously, but this is going to be super awkward for those guys.
I don't think
because you're not going to trade him. You just traded up to draft him.
It's so weird.
You don't think they trade? I mean,
Would you trade up to draft someone you were going to trade again?
Holt, Seahawks pick is in.
No.
Oh! I can't wait, but it doesn't look like they're trading it. This is really scary.
No.
Who the Seahawks get?
The picks in. They haven't announced it yet though. But shit,
Josh Jones, let's go. Move Dwayne Brown to guard.
Josh Jones, Houston?
Yep.
I think it's Jalen Hurts. Let's just keep the quarterback train rolling.
Yes, exactly. Piss off the current starter train going. You're right.
I'm thinking it's going to be either a wide receiver or the number one running back. It's going to be something weird like that.
Yeah,
Ooh.
I can see that.
Jonathan Taylor or DeAndre Swift?
There hasn't been any running back taken.
Jonathan Taylor would be very pseudo. Who's the guy at San Diego State that we drafted that you loved, Evan?
Penny?
Yeah.
I don't love Penny. I think he's okay. He's okay.
You loved Penny.
He's okay.
You loved Penny. You drafted him in fantasy, like the third round.
I mean, I would take him next year in the late rounds. Like, why not? You know, unless we draft Jonathan Taylor or DeAndre Swift or something like that.
These Grover's coming in hot.
So my ESPN app says that the drafts goes until 8:45. There's no way.
No.
There's no way.
There's no way 8:45.
Who is the guy that keeps K1? Who's this guy? He has the worst suit. He's got
Trey Wingo.
Trey Wingo. Who dressed him?
I don't know. Maybe it's that guy Grover you hang out with. What up, Grove?
Look at Grove. Pick is in. What are we waiting for here?
Here it is. Oh my
We're
God.
waiting for Eason to come over to Renton to the practice facility to get his hat.
Trey's got a horrible combo going.
Yeah, that's
I
bad
can't get
luck.
over it.
Here it is. The selection.
They keep going to like.
Jordan
Evan's
Good.
not happy.
Inside linebacker, Texas Tech.
What the?
Who?
Who?
I don't even think this guy's on my draft board.
Oh my God. Why did they do that?
What?
That
Trade
was,
down.
we have Bobby Wagner.
What the? Look at, they can't even find any B-roll of this guy. So they
First
went to
of
some
all-
guy cooking. This is
First of all,
bad.
This is not a need, and this guy is like a third, fourth round pick.
Look at, they can't even pull up any B-roll. They're scrambling right now. This is
Why?
I don't even have this guy in my top 17.
Jesus Christ. What is
There's
the
Zach
point?
Bond from Wisconsin if they're going to get a linebacker.
I don't even get it. Like, who's he going to play in front of?
Evan, look.
But seriously, though, like, is he going to start in front of Bobby Wagner or KJ Wright, who are
Who had
I guess,
the worst draft pick? The Packers or the Seahawks? This is not as bad as the Packers. You have to admit that.
It's not as bad as the Packers, but like it's like we're picking Bobby Wagner's backup right now. That's really weird.
Yeah.
Or maybe they think KJ Wright.
I mean, Ben J.
He's gonna get
Curvin,
cut.
a couple of the guys that we picked up. Why do we just have this affinity for I mean, if we believe, maybe he is the next Bobby Wagner. Can we take that route? Can we find some positivity in this shitty pick?
Yeah, maybe he doesn't. Maybe he's not a 4-down player. Maybe he just goes in special packages and eventually replaces Bobby Wagner.
So this, as I watch these highlights, Shaquille Griffin maybe replacement, maybe upgrade there.
I mean, to me, that spells it out that they're going to cut KJ before the season starts.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, I don't know. We also drafted Cody Barton and Ben Burr-Kirven.
Yeah, exactly. Last year. So you have an influx of just, seems like linebackers you can't figure out where you want them to play.
Yeah.
I don't know about this.
Unless there's something weird where they think that he can like play the Leo position and like rush from the outside.
Well, that's
or
what I was
something.
saying. Like if you can put him where Shaquem was, and you think that you and I both watch a ton of Seahawks games.
Yeah.
I think Shaquem was close a lot of times to sacks. So if you can put him in that position where you have and it's probably indicative of what they think they can get Clowney back for. So they're probably predicting that they can get Clowney back or get a good rush D end. I mean, that's the only thing I see. Are they predicting? And why are they going crazy?
So Kuiper loves this pick, guys. He says he's a tackle machine. He can go sideline to sideline. He's moving up everyone's draft board. This other guy had him at 30. I think he is a talent, but I think your question is he going to be a backup or the Seahawks going to cut someone?
Yeah. I don't know. It's weird.
It's not.
Because he could be a 10-year starter at middle linebacker in the NFL. And he can stay on the field and play third down.
I mean, Bobby Wagner was a third round pick out of Utah State. Let me change my. I'll give him an F+.
This guy could be a legit football player.
Yeah, after you watch his highlights, but
yeah.
So I just got a tweet from my buddy Paul. He said he runs a 4.5 40. Maybe speed, sideline to sideline. Who knows?
But why not take like a sick wide receiver or defensive end like AJ Epinesa or like a awesome defensive tackle or something like?
Because you're not John Schneider and you didn't pour over, draft picks for the last 7 years. So, so we still.
I know, and the thing that you can always predict about the Seahawks is that they're going to aggravate you with their first pick.
Absolutely.
But I feel like they usually like do either okay or shitty on the first pick and then do awesome on the next like 3 picks or something like that. So I don't know. We'll see.
I think this is a pick we won't be able to grade until like 2 or 3 years out.
And that's what Schneider wants. He's like, I don't want to take the flashy player. I don't want to take. He's almost like, hey, this is the best drink in the house. This is no. I'm going to go with Miller Lite or something. Not safe, but something he knows. Or he grew up as a scout.
The pick is in Ravens if we even care about it.
What do they need?
I mean, dominant offensive line, great running game, great quarterback. They got Hollywood Brown, great tight ends. They got defense or another wide receiver?
Maybe another wide receiver.
Well, they let Perryman go, right? Or no, excuse me. Perryman was with Tampa Bay. Malcolm Brown. Can you name another wideout for the Ravens?
That's it. Hollywood Brown.
Mark Andrews for
Don't they have two? Don't they go 2 tight end sets and just run the ball every down?
Who's the best tight end in the draft?
That Notre Dame guy, Cole Kmet or whatever his name is.
Notre Dame, Stanford, or that's it.
Iowa.
Iowa.
They always have someone.
Oh, what do we have left? Baltimore, Tennessee, Miami.
Vikings, Chiefs.
I had to get my Chiefs beanie. KC. House divided. Pick is in.
Ravens pick is in. Seahawks traded up for LJ Collier. That's the I think 4th time I've made that joke tonight.
You have. All right. Based on
Wow.
Damn it! I can't believe we didn't trade back. That's so disappointing. Patrick Queen to the Ravens, inside linebacker, LSU.
best player available.
It's in.
It's in. That's a
Best
good
player
pick.
available. That is a good pick. Hey, Win, that's your jurisdiction, my friend.
Dual threat athlete, high school. He rushed for 1,500 yards, 14 touchdowns as a running back. He's got explosive speed, great athlete. My comp, he's going to stay in the LSU family. Going Quan Alexander from the Niners. That's his comp.
I got to see more of him.
You didn't like that national championship he brought you, him and his Tigers?
I mean, he was one of many. I feel like this is LSU parade.
Let's see how many LSU people we have now. 1, 2, 3.
You know what's funny
We have
is
4 LSU Tigers so far.
so I look at this. Is this Mel Kiper 5.0? 5th version. We're at number 28, correct?
Yeah, Titans.
Who did he have? Patrick McQueen. So I'm giving
Did he just update it like 2
No.
seconds ago?
I'm giving Mel Kiper an A for actually predicting who this would be. They said, wide receiver might be a thing, but he's an LSU guy through and through. That's all I can give you. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm fading here. We got 4 picks left. Good. Titans, Dolphins, Vikings, and Chiefs.
I'm going to go get my Chiefs beanie.
All right, we'll talk to you tomorrow.
Because there are implications on the Chiefs. Hold on.
Let's see. Titans on the clock. About 7 minutes ago. Whew. Do they go offensive line? Do they go defense? Do they go Ezra Cleveland, Boise State? Or do they get McKinney, the safety from Alabama? I
got a prediction here. I'm saying Isaiah Wilson. He's a right tackle, and they lost Conklin, right? Their stud right tackle.
Mhm.
I think he fits in pretty well because Isaiah Wilson is not you don't have to switch him to a different position, left side, right side. He is a mauler in the run game. I think he just kind of fits in well with the Titans. So I'm going to say Isaiah Wilson.
I like that pick.
What are you thinking?
I think they go offensive tackle here. It's either where's Wilson from Georgia? It's either him or Ezra Cleveland from Boise State.
He's good.
They like to run the ball. That's all they do is run the ball. They just maxed out Tannehill gave him a big contract to hand off the ball. I think they're going offensive tackle because that's what Vrabel wants to do, just defense and run the ball. So I think they're just going to back up and add another weapon on their offensive line.
I mean, I think that's a pretty good move. I think a good question is what's going to happen with their running back situation. What do you think's going on there?
Did they franchise him?
They franchised Henry. So, I mean, they have to like.
Deion Lewis gone?
Actually, I don't know. I think he is,
I
but
think he's gone. I think he got signed by, I want to say the Pats.
Did he go back to the Pats? Wasn't he originally on the Pats?
He was. So you're saying, Evan, they might need a secondary running back?
I was kind of thinking that they would try to ship off Derrick Henry, but I don't know who would be a taker in that situation. Not a lot of people want to like trade for a running back that wants a new contract, but I don't know. I would. My guess would be Isaiah Wilson, maybe defensive end or something. I don't know.
Jim Harbaugh was obviously pretty happy about this. And then when I say that, I'm joking.
I know. He was
He looks-
running
he-
all over the Ravens.
Jim Harbaugh thinks he's getting hacked right now. What if they did get hacked?
The pick is in. The consensus here is offensive line help.
I only have, I think, two people left to touch on.
There's four draft picks, including this one. Do you think the other GMs just kind of like sign out, in fantasy
I would.
when
done.
it's you just pick and it swings back? You're like, see you guys.
They were relating this to a fantasy draft, but the fantasy draft doesn't pick up till the next day. So if I'm the guy that drafted first, the GM, I'm gonna give you his name, but yeah, I'm done. What else? What else am I going to do? Sit there and mock other people?
That's
Evan-
like rite of passage. Like
To Evan's earlier point, we'll just send shit emojis.
you just hit the enter button and then be like, all right, I need my assistant GM to sit here for the next 4 hours.
Mike
is
Vrabel.
in.
I have a lot of respect for Mike Vrabel.
He's a good coach.
Look at him. He's got his kids sitting around looking like they're.
Here we
Who's
go.
he?
Titan selection. Isaiah Wilson, offensive tackle, Georgia.
You called it.
Ooh.
I think that's a good pick for those guys. Like he's just gonna just run over fucking defensive players in the run game. He's a big boy.
Yeah.
That can't be said about all offensive linemen, Evan.
I mean, he's like Mekhi Becton size. Maybe not quite, but he's huge.
So here's the thing about the Georgia offensive line, judging from what I could tell and doing just a little bit of research, they're a proud squad. And the fact that Jake Fromm only got sacked 15 times last year is pretty unheard of in the way of collegiate football.
And Jake
That's crazy.
Fromm is not fleet foot either, so he's not escaping.
Jake Fromm's
It's good-
slower
it's good
than
work.
what's his name? Yeah, well, Jake Fromm's slower than our guy out of Louisville.
Mekhi
So-
Beckham.
Yeah. So the thing is that's a darn good offensive line, and it wasn't one person. It wasn't Thomas. So not a bad pick. And to Evan's point, probably just mowing down defenders.
I mean, he's just gonna bowl over people, like just like Mekhi Becton. He's just gonna like stand up and throw people backwards. He might not be the best pass blocker on the planet, but like he's a massive human being that will just move the line forward, which is exactly what.
You
Derrick
need
Henry.
with Derrick Henry, right?
Yeah,
I think that if you watch Derrick Henry run, it's just don't let that first line defender touch you and get to the linebacker, and he's going to smash him, roll over him, and run for another 8 yards.
Did you grade this one?
I haven't graded this one.
I don't have a comp for this one. It's getting late. There's not many comps left.
He's the right tackle. So in effect, he's doing a lot of like getting down into the second level. He's often paired up with the tight end, as you can see there. In terms of need, what do you want? What are you trying to get out of the draft? I don't mind this pick. I'll give it a solid B.
Okay.
Solid B. I mean,
I got a comp for you.
All right.
Cordy Glenn. Yes, Cordy Glenn, that big old boy who was, God, who's he with right now? He was on the Bills for a while, and then I think he was on the Bengals. Just like a massive guy that just, is like mediocre in pass protection, but like above average in run blocking. Solid.
I can get with that pick. I like it.
I feel like Bravo.
Kind of like if
Go ahead. Evan.
Jermaine Ifedi wasn't so bad at pass blocking and penalties and stuff, it might be like, Jermaine Ifedi-ish a little bit.
And if he's wearing a bucket hat, and this is here's the funny thing. Let me go back to the 58 players that were actually invited to this draft. I don't know if he was. So are they just taking like a Snapchat picture?
Maybe he's on TikTok. Dolphins on the clock. In case you missed it, first pick was Tua, quarterback. Second pick, USC, fight on, Austin Jackson, QB, offensive line. Evan, what do you think they're going to go here?
Wait, what was their second pick again?
Offensive line, Austin Jackson from USC.
I think that now might be a good time to swoop in on Gross Matos or AJ Epinesa. They could use some talent on the defensive line, especially defensive end. But honestly, that's the thing. Like, they could do Jonathan Taylor, they could do DeAndre Swift. Like, they got a lot of options available to them.
So the leading rusher for the Dolphins last year was none other than who?
Was it?
Lamar Miller?
Don't say Ryan Fitzpatrick.
I believe it was Ryan Fitzpatrick.
No.
Wow.
God,
Yeah.
that's terrible.
So you have a glaring hole at running back. You got to address that. There is no way, shape, or form you bring in Tua with a guy that can't even sniff the second line or 4 yards. So you have to have some sort of, I guess, entertainment back there. Not necessarily entertainment, but someone that can actually move the ball outside of Kenny Ballage.
Can't you sign someone who can move the ball? I'm just not
Who are
that
you gonna
impressed
go
with
sign?
these running
Frank
backs.
Gore? Frank Gore again? Who's out there?
If Frank
Sorry,
Gore could put up the
I'm pretty
same numbers as
strong on
Jonathan Taylor next year.
No, you're wrong. I'm a little defensive on the Dolphins. I think my father.
The Dolphins do have 7 picks, so they have 5 more. So they better get a running back.
Take a running back right now, unless you think you can get
they have
J.K.
an
Dobbins
opportunity.
later in the
Yeah.
draft. I mean,
I
that's
think they gotta
fine.
get a defense. The running backs aren't really. I don't know. I think this is a bad year of running backs.
I don't think it's
Unless
that-
you go Zach Moss late in the middle. I know who you want for the Seahawks. If you can get him in the 3rd or 4th for the Dolphins, I'm on board.
They might be asleep by now.
The pick is in.
Hopefully, they're not. I think they go running back.
Defense. They're not getting 3 offensive players in the first round.
Why not?
Just because I have a hunch.
Who are they going with then?
They're going with McKinney from Bama, safety.
He's
Where's Josh
he's
Jones?
really good. I mean, the best part about being a Dolphins fan is the draft because you can get excited about every single pick. The worst part about being a Dolphins fan is every game of the season, pretty much.
Yeah.
I feel like Ballers is the perfect depiction of the Dolphins franchise. Like, just no idea what's going on.
Oh yeah.
Pittman's out there.
Ooh, wow. They said DeAndre Swift, maybe. ESPN.
Well, the top McKinney's out there.
Well, they said McKinney and Swift. That's what ESPN's saying. It's
Winfield
either
Jr.
K-Win or Big Ben's pick.
Winfield Jr. led the NCAA in interceptions last year out of Minnesota. There's a reason his house looks so amazing. His father played in the NFL. So,
All right, let's do everybody's prediction here. K-Win,
I'm going McKinney.
Ben,
I'm going Swift.
Evan.
I'm gonna say Jonathan Taylor.
Ooh. Matt Hudson wants to know if that's a mustache, Evan. Would you care to respond to Matt, or should we ignore him? He's listening, though. This isn't a private conversation.
It is a mustache. I know Matt Hudson personally. I do not like that man. He's a bad. But yeah, it's a mustache. He's just.
All right. Mel
pick it
Kiper,
in.
number one on his big board.
Ooh,
McKinney.
do you see that DeAndre Swift? He has Superman, Wonder Woman, and Batman breaking through some walls. Jonathan Taylor's Wisconsin running backs. Who do you have in the NFL? Melvin Gordon. Who else? I feel like there's a few others.
Running backs? Yeah, there are. I can't think of them.
Brian Flores.
Those are
Let's go,
Dolphins fans.
Dolphins. Kiper, what do you got?
Ron Dane.
Ron Dane.
Rod
Here we
Bay.
go. Selection.
Pick is in. Oh, gosh.
Whoa, Noah Igbenishimidijiji. Auburn, cornerback.
This guy's not even on my board.
Yeah.
I got no fun facts, no comps.
Weird pick. Weird.
The Vikings are on the clock.
All SEC, third team. Held Gatorade bottles for 2 weeks.
So, Ben, there's only 2 picks left. I don't think the Chiefs are drafting Eason. So you better be riding high with the Vikings here.
Yes. Cousins, see ya.
If Schefter gets on, it's like Cousins has been traded. I might throw this microphone.
All right, so you have nothing on the cornerback that was just drafted.
No, he's nowhere even on my board.
So give us a little rundown, though. Do a little Google search or something along those lines.
Buy some time then.
List of Wisconsin Badgers in the NFL draft.
Russell Wilson, J.J. Watt.
Wisconsin comes. T.J. Watt. Monte Ball. Whew, he was good for a quick minute.
He got a little too much of the liquor in his system, though. He was the one that was showing up to practice drunk and stuff, right?
Really? Monte Ball?
I think so. Was that Monte Ball?
Could have been. Michael Bennett.
Let me look it up.
Let me look it up.
So Noah is a day 2 corner with a tricky evaluation. He's just too raw to trust in man coverage right now. So
Man
I think it's one of it's one of those situations where there's so much talent that they're just rolling the dice on his raw talent that it's going to all play out well for them. So again, the Dolphins surprised all of us, drafting someone we didn't even see in the first round with proven talent from Bama, and even LSU still available on the big board.
So we got the Vikings, Chiefs, and Bengals left to go.
What? I just have the Vikings and the Chiefs.
Oh, you're right. The Vikings address or their wide receiver concerns.
Yeah, they got Jefferson.
Good pick.
And Noah's the fastest cornerback in the SEC. And that wraps it up, folks. on to the Vikings.
All right, what's everyone's prediction for the Vikings pick?
I just can't figure out the Vikings. They never draft who I think. Let me see here. Let's see who's. I'm going Xavier McKinney. I'm sticking with Xavier. I'm going with them. Someone's got to draft him in the first round. He's the best safety left. He's the best defensive player left.
What about Christian Fulton?
Cornerback,
get
LSU.
Yeah,
I think he may still be available.
he's pretty good.
Yeah.
So Monte Ball, we were talking about him a second ago.
Uh-huh.
He would show up to practice for the Broncos drunk and like try to practice with the team.
Didn't Maurice Corrett do that too?
No, Michael Jordan also played 18 holes, drank 13 beers, and went out and posted 42 points.
Michael Jordan
Mhm.
drunk?
Where are you getting your sources from?
This was from multiple sources.
Oh shit, we missed a pick.
No, we didn't.
Yes, because the Chiefs are up. Rapid fire. I like this. Jeff Gladley, Tennessee cornerback.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Wow. Also not on my big board, so I got to do some research.
Wait, he went to TCU, no?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me give you something about him.
Okay.
Playing at New Boston High School out of New Boston, Texas. That's kind of odd. No?
Yeah. New Boston.
Boston?
New Boston. Most
Yeah.
notable alum, Jeff Gladney. Redshirted his freshman year, tore his ACL. Texas Christian. That's about all you get out of him. Second team All Big 12. Played in won 2 Alamo Bowls, a Liberty Bowl, and a Cheez-It Bowl.
That's your favorite bowl.
He's a
First team All Big 12 in 2019.
Okay.
I don't know what else to give you. Other than this is the Horned Frogs. This is like what they do. Shutdown corner? Huh?
Nah, I don't know. We'll see.
Xavier Rhodes. Some have said that he had the worst season of any NFL quarterback last year, but I guess the best evaluators would say that he had a decent season, but just had horrible defensive line in front of him, actually forcing the throw. So maybe this helps. I don't know where Xavier is today, but
What do the
signed
Chiefs
with
do?
someone. I can't remember who he signed with. It was someone random, but he's not on the Vikings anymore.
Xavier,
Yeah.
it would be, I don't know.
What do your Chiefs do here?
Well, we don't need much. No.
You can always get better on defense.
Can always get better on defense.
What do you want and what do you predict?
What do I want? Another Super Bowl that Char will actually watch. So the GM, if you want to make a splash, so I don't expect they're playing with house money right now, and I don't think they know how to play with house money. So I'm going best player available. I'm probably going to go get. I don't know their wide receiving core. Tyreek Hill, but they relied too much on Kelsey. My opinion, that could be a point. But also, you probably want to protect Mahomes as much as possible. So if they get Jones right now, look at Andy Reid and his Hawaiian. Like I think he's literally watching film of Jones right now. Go get someone that can protect.
Josh Jones from Houston.
Yes, Josh Jones from Houston. Excuse me. Yeah, go get someone that can protect Mahomes. If not, go get a wild card wide receiver that you believe could help the offense. I mean, you just came off a Super Bowl. Andy Reid's going to be beloved for the next 5 to 6 years in Kansas City. Might die of high blood cholesterol, but we'll see.
I think they should draft a defensive player, but Andy Reid's offensive coach, they're going to get a weapon here. He's going to draft a weapon. I'm saying it's a wide receiver.
Yeah.
I don't know who. I would love it to be Pittman Jr., but I think it's too early for him. Maybe it's Mims from Baylor.
No offense to Andy Reid. I would die of high cholesterol if I lived in Kansas City for more than 4 years too.
Some good barbecue. The pick is in. Folks, we're wrapping up WST. We have a $20 bet on here. If Jacob Eason gets picked, K-Win owes $20. But we all know that Mahomes is
There's
healthy.
a trade. There's a trade.
There better not be a trade here.
Patriots have traded up.
No way. Really?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah, first reported by Booger McFarland. Yep. Patriots have come up. Yep.
No one. Evan, are you seeing that?
I'm not seeing it, but I'm going to check it out. Hold on.
That's the only way Eason can get drafted.
That's not true in any way, shape, or form. Brett Veach, Andy Reid, scrambling.
I'm not seeing anything.
Yeah, he's lying.
And did you just make that up?
Yeah, he's fishing.
I'm predicting DeAndre Swift or Jonathan Taylor here. If they pick a running back, then they will have an all-star team on offense, which they already do. But, can you imagine if you had Josh?
Can we do Goober of the broadcast? It's Daniel Jerryman. What he has, like hubcaps behind him.
I thought it was Trey Wingo.
No, Wingo's got worse dressed, but Chairman's worst background. Lewis Reddick's got a strong background. Are we in?
Evan, I like your
Goodell.
pick, running back. I like that. I think running back or wide receiver. Well,
I know,
said
he's still
receiver.
scary.
I'll stick with receiver, but I like your pick of running back.
Running back, but it's Clyde Edwards-Helaire, running back, LSU.
Wait a second. How many LSU players does that make? Timeout.
Is that true? I didn't even know
That's
that
true.
guy's not even on my board.
He's not on my board either.
And then ESPN just kicked me to the second round. Wow.
I think he might be like a Mark Ingram type. Like he's short, but he's like stocky and he just runs people over. And if I'm a Kansas City fan, I'm like, great, this guy's gonna wear down.
So you have Damian Williams, right? You have you go back to
Shady McCoy.
Yeah, Shady's gone. I mean, he's not.
He going.
He's gone. He's old.
He gone.
But someone that takes over the Spencer Ware type thing, or type goal line
but
back.
only like better, like way better.
Well, you hope, right?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like Spencer Ware, what was he, like a 7th round pick for the Seahawks like 100 years ago?
Right. What I'm saying is, you hope he's better. Like if you were to draft a fantasy draft right now, when would you draft a Kansas City running back?
This guy's going to be a 1st round pick next year.
You think so?
Yeah,
You think he'll start?
I think he will start, and he will be a 1st round fantasy pick next year, just like Josh Jacobs.
Wow.
Josh Jacobs was like considered like last year was like a kind of a down year for running backs as far as the draft was concerned, and he got drafted by the Raiders, who have very mediocre offense, and this guy's gonna get like 12 touchdowns just by falling into the end zone.
So
But I think they're going to split up running back. There's not going to be running back 1 in KC. They're just going to split them.
yeah.
Who's
They
gonna
split the
be the number
touchdowns.
2 guy?
Is it Damian Williams?
Yeah.
So he's 5'8", 209 pounds. So not necessarily a bowling ball, but do you gain much over Damian Williams right now with that draft pick?
I don't know.
Is there contracts with Spencer Ware? Do you just go depth like San Francisco?
Maybe running back by committee.
Who knows?
Who knows? You just owe me $20.
Should we do rounds 2 through 5 tomorrow, or 2 for?
What time? I don't know. This was long.
Hold on, let me give it a grade.
I mean, but I don't know. Maybe if I get a good night's sleep, I'll feel different tomorrow.
Evan, thanks for joining us.
Yes, Evan, thanks. You're a
It's a
I
big
love
help.
you guys. I'll see you later.
All right,
All right.
see you guys.
See ya.